Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is Wasteful Wednesday. Welcome. We are in the chat talking to people every night. In case you didn't know, all these shows are live, unless, of course, you're watching us on YouTube. Then it's archived. We do a live show every day. I've done a live show every day for 10 and a half years with no breaks at all, except for Sundays. We take the day off for rest. But that's a commitment that no one has ever done here on Earth. No one ever has done this level of regularity to a show. I Love Lucy was 5 weeks of filming every day, which was a record breaker back then. But this is 10 and a half years. So we're doing this to keep the ball rolling against the elitists and the New World Order that's trying to censor average people like myself. Now, ever since I started doing this broadcast in 2008, I was overwhelmed with censorship. We ran 50 shows, 10 hours a day, up until the 2008 election. And I was so frustrated that I walked outside and took a photograph of myself in front of my car. And I just showed you how difficult it was, basically. And I'll play that for you. This is 10 years ago.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election.
So I have been doing this consistently, trying to break through the censorship that I experienced back then. I sent out 200 press releases and got virtually nothing back from anybody. Not even an email response from any network, any newspaper, any magazine, any blog. We got rejections left and right. No one bothered to even care. So I realized something was wrong when I got a call from a friend of mine who, not really a friend anymore, I dormed with a guy at UCLA. He calls me up, he says, "Dave, I didn't know you were running for president." He's a journalist. He's the only person that even saw me on the radar. But I know that all the emails got out there, all the press releases got out there, but they didn't care. And they've been doing everything they can to stop me ever since. So we've expanded our viewership over the entire globe when people started seeing how important this show was. And part of that is due to the fact that I did a blackface impersonation of Barack Obama in 2009. It went viral around the world. One guy made copies of it and sold Blu-ray discs, unbeknownst to me, and he made a lot of money, apparently, selling Blu-ray discs of my video that I did back then over and over again, and he sold it to dance clubs, people that wanted to see this in the background. So I became known worldwide that way, and then UHF picked us up, have been rebroadcasting us for their own personal reasons. I don't know what they are, but I really, really thank you for looking at this as a real worldwide movement. Because it is. What happens in America will happen around the world. We will back off of other countries, and our policies are predatory right now. They will change, and we'll begin to take care of America and not force our will upon other countries once we get our country back. But right now it's been hijacked by a group of Zionists that have been controlling it for the few decades that we've been involved in wars recently. You notice all the wars are all about protecting Israel. The Iraq War, Afghanistan War, there was no real precedent for those wars. In fact, the Afghanistan War protects the heroin suppliers and the warlords. And that's something that many of you don't know because the mainstream media won't even talk about it. But our military have been out there harvesting heroin, opium, for years. And they're not allowed to talk about it when they come home. The military has a strict gag order. But we've heard it from various people that they actually were moving opium for the warlords. Weird things are going on in our country that many people don't even realize are happening. So this is why we need a third party, because the two parties have been bought off and they're not accountable. They do not monitor their excesses. Our country's been borrowing money every year just to operate. We are literally borrowing money. Your taxes go to the interest on the debt, not toward our actual functionality of our economy. This economy produces massive amounts of waste. And yet the word economy is defined as careful management of available resources. Good point, Sammy Davis. Good point. Yeah, the economy itself isn't even connected to the Dow Jones. The Dow Jones is responding very well to Donald Trump's trip to the UK. It went up 207 points today. Donald Trump going to the UK really is just a handshake with the Illuminati, the people that run the world. Yeah, the more we shake their hands, the more we get from the dongle. And the stock market is bouncing back. 507 points yesterday, or 17 points, 207 points today. So we are seeing a big benefit to Donald Trump going to the UK. But that's short-lived. And it's only really, this whole big rise in the stock market is only going to help the people with big money. Everybody else, it won't affect any of us. It's all just a big, huge charade. The stock market is no longer indicative of our economy. What it's indicative of our economy is how you suffer every day trying to meet your bills, how you are always having to worry about overspending, how you run down the street and you see people who now are homeless and Trump doesn't care about them, and we have no services for those people. And you look in the cities like LA, which has got a huge population of homeless, now 59,000, and they're living in such squalor that some people think that the bubonic plague is starting in Los Angeles. Don't quote me on that, but some people think that that's what's going to happen. People are living in horrible conditions, and Eric Garcetti is not doing a damn thing to correct that problem. I don't need anything at all. You got to understand, there's no technique that would help me. I am under attack by people who don't want a third party. A right-wing nutcase or alt-right protagonist is going to get all the play they want. A left-wing nutcase who takes money from George Soros, like MoveOn.org or the Young Turks, they're going to get promoted. They've had over 2 million subscribers in our 10 years that we've been on YouTube. We've had 0. You got to understand, the elitists do not want a centrist party that unites the country in the middle of the political spectrum. That's their worst nightmare. They want to supply both the left and the right with enough funding so that they can hate each other and divide the country. That's the game that we're currently incurring. They don't want a centrist person who's going to unite the country. That's the last thing they want. I can tell you that our efforts are not unnoticed around the world. People are talking about us, and I really encourage you to talk about us. But the reality is, the mainstream media in America is locked up among about 5 corporations or 5 individuals. They own it all. The only thing they don't own is the internet and what we're doing every night. And they would love to buy me off. I've even had offers of $300 million twice to shut up and cease and desist. I won't take money to stop this. This is too important. Our country is at stake here. The thing that we were born into, the thing that was supposed to be free and independent and have some sort of a representative democracy, has in fact been bought off by powerful, powerful money. Money has dominated politics many decades now. And I'm at this whole thing with no money, virtually hardly any money to speak of, hardly any donations, and we keep rolling every single day, 10 years in a row. Because this is about principle. This is about committing to something really important, like our nation's security and protection from foreign money. And right now, we are like a wide open, gaping hole of money in the Democratic Republican Party. They're looking for money any way they can get it, and they'll take it from any Zionist that wants to throw it their way. Donald Trump took AIPAC money almost like he was begging for it. I could take you to Donald Trump's AIPAC speech in 2016. The American Israeli Political Affairs Committee has been funding both the left and the right for years, decades. And that's why our country is involved in foreign wars we can't get out of. So now, because this independent internet is still successful and still functioning despite all efforts, they are heating it up. YouTube is blocking a controversial conservative from making money off ads. Initially, they didn't do anything because this guy has over 3.5 million subscribers. His name is Steve Crowder, and they are now telling him he can't make money, no AdSense dollars. Oh, poor guy. But meanwhile, I had an entire video pulled just yesterday from YouTube from way back when the Manchester bombing occurred, and they pulled it off. They didn't like what I said about it. Yeah. And I'm not going to comment it right now because I can't. I really can't discuss it without fear of them taking my YouTube account down. Seriously. So here they are systematically censoring any question about the authenticity of any event. But they're going after this guy by pulling his AdSense money. And he openly attacked a homosexual man, engaged in extreme homophobia and verbal attacks on this homosexual writer at Vox. And apparently he got just a little slap on the wrist. So he can't make money anymore.
YouTube is investigating conservative commentator Steven Crowder after Vox host Carlos Maza accused him of harassment and making derogatory comments about his ethnicity and sexuality. YouTube responded to Maza's tweet thread detailing his allegations, saying that it was, quote, looking into it further. The video streaming platform also confirmed to The Verge that it was investigating in response to Maza's thread. Maza, the host of Vox's media literacy series Strike Through, accused Crowder on Twitter this week of, quote, repeated overt attacks on my sexual orientation and ethnicity. He said that the pundit has called him, quote, an anchor baby and a lispy queer. He also said that the Crowder's video have caused him to be the, quote, target of ridiculous harassment, adding that it makes life sort of miserable.
There you have it. So YouTube finally just stopped the guy's AdSense dollars, but he didn't pull any of his videos. So, and it turns out that we were pulled off of Twitch, as you know, due to a claim that I was a homophobe, and I'm not a homophobe. I'm very polite to homosexuals. I, in fact, will not discriminate against homosexuals at the government level. But I'm not going to overtly help an LGBTQ movement. I'm not going to aid and abet the idea of forcing transgenderism on children. I'm not going to do that. I invite Democrats to leave your party over that. Come on into America's third party. We don't cater to LGBTQ. But I don't want discrimination like Trump does against people of that nature. So the big difference really is Twitch looked at my video and said that I was a homophobe. Now they changed their terms of service completely. I read it, and it has nothing to do with that. So apparently the change occurred during the time that I was saying I was going to go after them with the ACLU after what they did, and apparently they changed their service. So now my Twitch account is active, and I will be doing a show on IRL again. It's just a question of getting it all hooked up. So we're looking forward to that, and I'm looking forward to any way I can actually engage with the public, because there's not a lot of people who are able to see us out there. The more access points we have and the more ways you can chat, the better. I even opened up a chat room. We're not sure, but we've had a few people saying at this new chat room, Dave, I was paid by Russians to censor you. That's somebody saying it in that chat room. So we opened up a non-email required chat room, and we've only had a couple people in there, like Ilya's in there right now. But it's weird. People can't find us. We can't even post our link to that site because they can't see Twitter all around the world. You have to have an email address and verification, two-party verification, to get even in a Twitter account. So people around the world are unable to chat in our room at all. And I give them that link, and somehow only one person comes in. So we're not really sure what's going on with that. But the more venues I have to talk, the better. Whew. Now, this video is very relevant to what I'm saying, and I'll show it to you. YouTube to remove thousands of videos pushing extreme views. So apparently my video was just one of the many. Yeah, they're going to go after a bunch of videos I've made, and anytime I talked about false flags, they're going to pull those videos out of my YouTube library. Every time I do, I will be posting that video, possibly shortened down a little bit, on my 153news.net site, which I'm posting a link to right here. 153news.net/third party. You can access our most recent video I posted from the video they just yanked from May 23rd, 2017. I made a copy of it and I put it out there, and it is available on my channel. My channel is getting hits as we speak. Let me take a look. All right, round it out. 70 views already in just the past couple hours. So in 6 hours, I have 70 views. This is the video that was taken off of YouTube. For what reason, they wouldn't explain, but it has to do with something with the Manchester bombing. Apparently my discussion was not an open discussion. They wouldn't allow an open discussion, and they aren't allowing anybody to question any of the evidence anywhere in the world. One common ingredient to the YouTube censorship is this idea that they can sever anybody's video from playing if indeed they disagree with it. No time in history has this type of censorship been pushed upon the media. The free press is not only dead, it's beyond life support. It's being buried 6 feet under. The free press, you're looking at the free press. That's the last remaining signs of free press, is somebody like me doing a show every night. Yeah, and I don't talk about the false flags in the past. I just say very simply that there's still not enough evidence for me to make commitments on any one of them. I mean, I'm still having a problem dealing with the fact that James Holmes had 2 different faces. Remember the Aurora, Colorado shooting? Yeah. There's more than enough evidence that James Holmes had 2 faces. And I show this to people and they go, what do you mean? How's that possible? That's the question. How is it possible to have 2 faces? Let me show you James Holmes' 2 faces. These are videos we've talked about for many, many years. I've been doing this a long time, and I can tell you, it just doesn't add up. Here they are. The 2 faces of James Holmes. Of course, it wasn't in alphabetical order. That would have been nice. I've got lots of things here. I think it's in date order. It'd probably be one of the first things I put in there. Here they are. Take a look at that. Now, James Holmes was a top student in neuroscience at Riverside. James Holmes is the person on the far side over here. That person right there. The person who's serving time for his crime is a guy who doesn't even match his face. And nobody questioned this? And I'm one of the first people out there to question this. How can you have a different face? They really are different faces. The guy serving time for James Holmes' alleged attack on 72 people, the guy that's serving time, it doesn't even match his face. And apparently he took over his job too. Yeah, the guy with the orange hair really does have a history, and he may have been the person at that location, but there was also cell phone footage of that attack, and not one person was allowed to use their cell phone footage in the court case, showing there were 2 or possibly 3 people in black ninja outfits entering the theater. None of that cell phone footage was allowed or admissible in the case. Why is that? So all these things have been suppressed ever since these early days of Aurora, Colorado shooting. And we've been asking questions, where's the evidence? How come there's conflicts left and right? And I can tell you all the specifics, but when I do, they ban me. They pull my videos down. Isn't that amazing? They're that worried that their line of BS is going to be exposed. We've got a video here at at 153 called America's Now Locked Down.
All right, guys, so this is the New World Order lockdown. So take a look at what YouTube's doing, man. This is a complete complicit lockdown on YouTube. So take a look at this. My video, this is leading to FEMA camps. So They just don't want the truth out there in any way, shape, or form.
Now, I'm going to play you just that much because, frankly, I don't know if YouTube's going to knock that off and charge my entire video with a shutdown. But I can tell you I got the message out just there within 24 seconds, which meets and complies with the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. More than enough time to talk about it. Even if it is a controversial opinion, I'm not showing any violence or anything that would be considered a hate crime or anything. I'm just showing you what that guy was saying, and he's saying the same thing I'm saying. So it's pretty serious when our entire internet is being shut down as we speak. And we're at that brink point in American history where they don't want the truth to get out. Even recently with this Parkland shooting incidents, they're actually going after one of the deputies that didn't get to the school in time. I mean, it's going to be a nightmare for the guy who probably was a crisis actor at the Parkland Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting. It's going to be a nightmare for this guy who's facing 11 charges, and he was a deputy. And because he didn't jump in the school at the certain time and the media exposed that, now they're blaming him. There's a lot of questions about that. There were no CCTV footage in the school showing Nikolas Cruz doing these terrible deeds that they claim happened. There was a witness who was walking away from the event with the gunfire in the background and walking with Nikolas Cruz saying, yeah, he was just going away from the scene of what was happening like everyone else. How does that jive with him being in there and being the shooter? And then Nikolas Cruz read off of a script which looked totally fake, and it looked like he didn't even know what he was saying. It turns out Nikolas Cruz, he doesn't have a father. He has a guardian. Get this. And his guardian works for the Department of Defense. Yeah, and David Hogg, remember him? David Hogg's father works for the FBI. It gets a little weirder as you delve deeper and deeper into these stories. They shut down one of your videos showing only text searching Google. They said it was bullying and harassment to show text files that actually show the dates of events happening before the actual event happened. And Scissorfight's gone way out of his way and to get the footage showing the search engines show these events are being posted ahead of time, which is a clear sign of a false flag. And that's another thing. They had one of his videos pulled, and all it did was show a search engine traveling through the search engine. Well, David Hogg is a complete propaganda hog, basically. I don't trust anything he said. He contradicted himself 3 or 4 times, said he wasn't an actor, and then said this is good acting experience. He said he was at the school when it happened, and then he said he was 3 miles away and he had to ride to the school on his bike. 2 different conflicting statements from David Hogg. We do know that Hogg's father is an FBI agent. We know that Nikolas Cruz's guardian is a DOD official. I mean, it doesn't get any weirder than that. But back to our seemingly okay economy and Donald Trump coming back from a trip with the Queen. So the U.S.-Mexico negotiators are failing to reach a deal on tariffs. Now, Trump needed this. He didn't need this, but he created a problem where he blames Mexico for the illegal aliens that are now amassing at the border. And I was the guy that had the 1,000-mile fence idea all along. And Trump took it and hasn't built the fence in 2.5 years. And now he's wondering why Mexico's allowing them to even get to the border. I mean, they don't have any chance of getting to that border. Hey, you know, you can come into the show and say all you want over at the Y99 room. Feel free. I'm not going to censor you over there. I want more people in that room. I sometimes have to censor people that are slandering me and doxing us and threatening my life. Those are the kind of the reasons why we have to pull people out of the show. That and being completely irrelevant. Yeah, James Holmes' father was involved in the Libor scandal. And you know what else? Adam Lanza's father was involved in a General Electric major deal that went down. Yeah, that's an interesting side note. A lot of their parents were really high up in the echelon. Well, Misanthropy did some deep searches into David Hogg's background and found an alias on Facebook that David Hogg has been posting at. And he has all kinds of information on what the guy says and does. I can't even get into it because it contradicts the David Hogg that we know. We do know that David Hogg is going to Harvard this year, and that he got in even though he's in the bottom of the SAT scores of anybody getting in. That includes minorities. So he somehow got into Harvard when I couldn't get in with high SATs, the top 98 percentile of the country, and a perfect GPA. I couldn't even get into Harvard, but David Hogg got in with subpar grades and a low SATs. It's unbelievable. All right, so as the world turns, we're going to see Mexican relations deteriorate over time. Hey, you tried to post the link. That's okay. I'm glad you posted that. That's where we are. Cool. Yeah, I'm just opening up these backup sites. That guy on the is in there as well. Yeah. I'm going to let you guys post whatever you want over there regardless. I don't care if you're slandering me or coming in and attacking me, because my controls over there are really limited, and I want that room to be populated. I don't want you to slander me. I don't want you to put death threats in there. But if you do, I'm not going to stop you, because I don't even have a clear function on that chat. Sure, the room is called Y99, and that's the room I just posted. There it is. But that's no email verification required. And now that iVlog and Vaughn both require email verification just to get into the chat room, it makes it a little more difficult for people overseas to be able to communicate with us. Yeah. I would not want to eat a dolphin. But if you want to try it, there's Cabo has some Dorado. And if you go to Cabo, or you can order Dorado from Cabo, it is a type of dolphin. It's a porpoise. And it is definitely very tasty. I just could never eat a dolphin. Yeah, but if you want to try it, give it a shot. Cabo down there has the Dorado. Really good fish. Okay. Daryl, I think that's ridiculous. Now, Trump is now sharply curtailing fetal tissue medical research. That's not where we wanted to go. The thing that we wanted to stop was the baby body parts being sold by Planned Parenthood, not curtailing research into fetal tissue. That's the part that it just doesn't make sense. It's a start, but it's not really going to help us, because we really are going to see some big benefits from stem cell research when it comes to harvesting or creating organ replacements for people. So Trump's going to stymie and affect the ability of people to get organ replacements from stem cells. That's the net effect of what he's doing. He's not going after the real problem, which is baby body part sales by Planned Parenthood. He should have addressed this. No, I'm not wearing a wig. This is my real hair. This is how hair looks when it's on a head. I am just like you, human. Beep, beep, beep. I just type it differently. Human. Yeah. Yeah. Fluffy. Hey, let me open up the guest chat or ProCams over there. I'm a little bereft in my ProCam activity right now. We haven't seen Maxed Out Credit for some time. Hey, my beautiful cat, Fluffy. Thank you. Maxed Out Credit gifted us the month of ProCam, so we thank him for that, but we haven't seen him. I hope he's okay. He has died before, you know. He's died 3 times. One time for 18 minutes. And now he may be gone. He may be dead. His last great thing was to get us ProCams. But then again, I hope he's alive. Okay, now somebody just said I can't find room 52159. So this link won't get you there? That's weird. You see what I'm saying? We're being censored at that show over there. Yeah. So we opened up another chat room, but now we're being censored. So yes, I will be bringing back my Twitch show coming up probably in the next couple days. Yeah, we'll be in the IRL room, and now that they relaxed their standards, they can't kick me out for claiming I'm a homophobe, which I'm not. And we will certainly behave accordingly and not intimidate anybody in the show when we have our IRL show. But yeah, they're very sensitive over there. It's kind of like the Snowflake network. Good news. Farmers can now legally grow hemp in Arizona. Uh-oh, Mr. Bill has a link to a good news about Arizona. Well, Arizona's legalizing hemp. Kentucky is legalizing hemp. Lots of things are happening.
Still waiting for their state-issued licenses, but as ABC 15's Jamie Warren shows us, once they receive them, you'll start seeing some changes throughout the valley.
Our goal is to produce CBD oils, CBG oils.
George Buckler is one of about 200 people who applied for a license to grow hemp here in Arizona.
They're going to send us our license in the mail as soon as everything clears, fingerprint cards, etc.
Buckler and former GOP chairman Randy Pullen sit on the board for the Arizona Hemp Industries Association.
It's a gold rush.
Pullen says you can make about $600 per acre growing hemp.
Versus making anywhere from $0 to $100 an acre to plant other products.
He says new jobs are also expected to open up as people like Buckler plan to research how the plant grows best.
Different researchers around in Arizona, the different solar companies, different lighting companies.
Farmers are expected to start planting their seeds in the next 30 days.
We're going to see some huge successes, and we'll see some that don't do well.
And not long after that, they predict you'll start seeing a change at your local drugstore.
And you'll be buying CBD lotions and other products there.
Part of what it means for you, too, is that you're going to know exactly where it came from.
Jamie Warren, ABC 15 Arizona.
Two Phoenix police.
This ABC 15 News Update is sponsored.
Okay, that's very interesting. So hemp is something we should all be seeing more of in the country, and I want to see legalization across the country. I don't want anyone to have to suffer at a state level. But, you know, ironically, Mitch McConnell may be standing in the way of full legalization. If we're successful in 2020, which I hope to be, people like Mitch McConnell will try to fight against full legalization because they just want to sell hemp in Kentucky. You see, because he got way ahead of this just so his hemp farmers could start doing this. They're going to see some sort of feeling of competition when we legalize cannabis nationwide. So we will see opposition from Mitch McConnell. And I want to remind everybody that Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham both get money from Russia for re-election. Let's not forget these top senators in the Republican Party are receiving money directly from Russia and super PACs connected to Russia for re-election. So if you're wondering why they're running around protecting Donald Trump all the time, because Russia pays their bills. Don't kid yourself. This is a big takeover of our country from within. And Russia is still very much at play. Yeah, but I was shocked to find out that Lindsey Graham, he had $500,000 in net worth 3 years ago. Now he has $3 million in net worth, and $800,000 came from Russia in the past 3 years for his re-election campaign. So he went from $500,000 to $3 million in net worth, Lindsey Graham. We know much of that money came from Russia. So Sarah's here to give me a little break while I start dinner. Thank you for coming in and getting into the show. Not a lot to talk about. The stock market's doing great. 2 big up days, over 500 yesterday, and now over 200 today. So apparently Donald Trump's meeting with the Queen of England has really helped the stock market. But laboring behind are all these issues with trade tariff wars with China and Mexico. Cal Worthington has been looking for our site, our room over there, and he's been blocked from the 5219 room.
What?
Yep.
I don't understand.
He can't even find the site. We've given him the direct link.
Did you just give him the link?
No, I did, and he said it's blocked for him. And this is what I suspected yesterday. So somebody's been blocking this room that we created with no email verification.
Just click on that link.
Click, but it's blocked for him. Yeah. Let's take a look at the link. No, it put us right in there. It knows who I am, and we're right in that room. So I don't know what you're getting, but it's being blocked. I was wondering why no one could access that show that
Or
we
it's not
created.
in the search field. That I don't know. Maybe it's just not in the search field.
Well, all I can say is
Just click on the link that David posted in the room.
Yeah, click on that link. But for some reason, our third-party room doesn't pop up in a search field. And they've done a lot of things that prevented it from happening. We're seeing censorship everywhere on the internet. And the more we open up doors, the more they close them. And then we have to find a window to open up. You click the link many times, it keeps redirecting them. I'm serious. This is real censorship. Hey, thank you, everybody.
To a lobby.
I will be back. Thank you. Yeah, they've got a default setting. That's why they're steering everybody away from that room. I knew this was happening 2 days ago. Anyway, we'll be opening our Twitch show in a couple days.
Then you had to search for third party. Then you found the room. Okay. Sorry, Mad Dog. And Cal Worthington did too, and it was no go. I don't know. I just clicked, I mean, even from another computer, I clicked the room and I went in directly, as far as I know. But, I mean, it looks like it's a generic room because it, off to the side, it has, like, it has pending conversation things, but I don't know. Sorry. I'm glad you made a nice name for yourself. Maybe my cookies are directing me to a room, or my ISP or something. I would, Mr. Wrong Butt. By Cal Worthington? Right? Always being trolled. A Los Angeles homeless neighboring cities sidewalk lawsuit. Was that from earlier? I don't know. Oh, goodness. Mad God, 1968. Yes, exactly, Mr. Owen. If I'm not getting trolled, I don't count. I'll talk, it seems okay. The Oakland became the second U.S. city to legalize magic mushrooms. I guess they want to be known for something. Hi, William. And Gene Nightcloud. Yeah, exactly. Well, at least it's entertaining. He did it off a fortune cookie winner, or fortune cookie.
A North
numbers.
Carolina man
I love this
has a massive new fortune thanks to a cookie. 66-year-old Charles Jackson.
That's pretty cool. Thank you. Why don't you type where it says in the center, does it look like this, True Blue? You did that, and then it has, like, if you type in a name, it should just pop you in. Okay, wait, print screen. Let's see. I'm looking at your screenshot. One moment. It's loading. Right. Okay, you're right. Did you click join chat where it said an open forum for changing the world, one nation? Wait, what's your... Yeah. Try, I don't know if this will work because mine is different obviously than yours, but are you in now? Can't enter. Okay. What finally happened? You found it? Oh, that's you signed in. Got it. Let me see. You might have to do a where it says it's strange that it didn't just take you straight there. Try and buy Mad Dog. Let me add source screen capture. So underneath your name, True Blue, right there is a search box. And try searching the word third party and see if you can get in then. You'll know you're in if, like, I'll show you now my screen and what it looks like. So my screen looks like this. And it has the third party one here, but then it has like Ilya Korobovoch, MAGA, Stinker, David Sponheim, Can't Enter, Mad God. But I would say try the search chat here. Or now that you're signed in, yeah, the True Blue is right, like right underneath your name. There's a chat where I just made it dark. Try that. Hi, baby girl, green eyes. What chat is that? It's this new one called... There's a new chat. Okay. I was reading your thing about councilmen weigh legal action saying other cities are pushing homeless into LA. Probably true. Tents line the north side of Venice Boulevard under the 405 freeway pass in the city of Los Angeles. Across the street in Culver City, there's no tents. They want to look into nearby legal strategies to force nearby cities to provide shelter beds or allow people to sleep on their sidewalks. They want to explore legal steps LA could use to compel those cities to comply with a federal court decision on homelessness and sidewalk camping in Boise, Idaho. The proposal, they said, would stop nearby cities from pushing homeless people into LA city boundaries. The U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled last year that homeless individuals may not be held criminally responsible for sleeping on government property when no alternative shelter is available. The LA had a 16% spike in its homeless population compared with last year. They've been working to add affordable housing and supportive services. When the residents drive out of LA and into other cities, they can see considerably fewer, if any, tents and encampments on public sidewalks. LA's political leaders reached a settlement in 2006 with anti-poverty advocates that allowed homeless individuals to sleep on city sidewalks between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. if there were not enough shelter beds. That is a pretty interesting article to read. Thank you. Oh no. Oh wait, it's over here. Well, and it's not, I don't only go on Netflix. I also, like, usually, actually, on school nights, I don't even watch Netflix anymore. Except I did break that rule and watch something this week on a school night. Well, I shouldn't say on a school night, like, but usually Monday through Thursday, I try not to watch Netflix. But you're right, I don't drink. Ozark is a fantastic show. I agree with you. Guestified guesties. I'm waiting for season 3, I think it is. If they come out with that, I'm all over that. Ozark's one of those binge shows. It's like whenever a new season comes out, we binge on it, and then, yeah. Ivan, are you saying with how much money the U.S. is giving away to other countries, we shouldn't have a homeless problem in the Los Angeles? True. Yeah, have you ever seen some of those binge shows? Like, there's certain ones. Of course, I think the first one was Sopranos. That's very binge-worthy. Then there's, another great one is Breaking Bad. Oh, the series won't return to Netflix until 2020. Oh, that's okay. Good things. True Detective Season 1.
So they're bringing Breaking Bad back?
No.
I wish.
David's like, they're bringing Breaking Bad back? That's how much of a binge show it was for us.
I would love to see it, yeah. I don't know why they stopped it so short, you know?
I don't know either. I don't think... Did I get into Sons of Anarchy? No, I never got into that one. I'm not a real biker person. Even though I'm wearing a full leather outfit. From my head to my toe is leather. Well, except my head. Yeah, but pretty much I'm wearing an awesome leather jacket, leather pants right now, leather shoes. Yes, evil. I said Breaking Bad and David had to pop his head in. Okay, I'm going to go over to that other chat room and see if anyone's chatting there. Okay, so looks like a few people got in. What does that have to relate to, Peter? I don't usually click on links. Yeah, that's not going to happen, David. Please be serious. Sarah, do you think this is evidence of an illegal genetic enhancement of animals? The FDA are lying to us? If it's from Reddit, no. Peter, stop eating so much pizza. True Blue did not get in, I don't think. Well, at least they're, yeah, that would, well, that would, I wouldn't necessarily do that, David. I would use a good strong cleaner, but not that. Well, once you go over there, maybe open a new tab and try it? With the room number 52159 you can't get in? Don't worry, you're not missing much. I wouldn't want to chat over there. John, do you consider Reddit the internet Bible? Hi. I'm very I'm very spatial. It's hot here in California, miserable weather down there. Yeah, it's actually cool enough up here to wear a leather jacket. This chat room is, Sir Jimmy. I can't say the same thing for that Y99 chat room. Am I prepared to become the First Lady? Yes. If I were the First Lady, I would be in a great position to accomplish all of the things that are in my name. Yes, I'm going to be excited for David to go on Twitch. Well, I would say True Blue then. You'd have to search third party in there. You knew I'd be thrilled. You have to scroll down. I didn't know there was an old Y99. But I would just type in yeah, sure, I definitely clicked on your link. No, I didn't. Yeah, I remember the days in California, June, anywhere between June and August was pretty hot in Riverside. As a jalapeno? Small, lowercase. And then look for the name third party in there. Maybe I should search for you. Yeah, sure. Call from Jason, probably. Oh. People. Wonder if I have to put in a space. I want to go back to friends. Chat. Invited 52159. I tried looking for you under people. Yeah, no, never mind. Just go back to chat. Hello, Senator. Welcome. You can search people, search chats, third party, and see what is with that. I agree with you, John Uncaged. Being present would be a power trip, you say, that you will be challenged at every turn. I agree that you would be challenged at every turn. It would be very challenging. Yeah, I did not find you under people. It's weird. No, Peter.
This thing bent on me.
Me too, Ilya.
So I put it back together, and you can take it back and use it.
Okay.
It bent on me. And I got
Alright.
this for $4.
Oh, good. It doesn't
Has a
bend.
scrub brush on it.
Oh, nice. Good. I agree. It's all about being, not about ego. It's about being a third party. A lowercase third party is our chat, and lowercase third party is our username as well. I didn't threaten you with anything. You call it a power trip because people take off as thinking they can change the world. Yeah. Oh, that's good. I'm glad your swamp cooler's working great. A 0? I don't have one of those, Peter. I'm a woman. Oh, do you have a screen door, Ivan? Yeah, at night, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, at night, yeah, I wouldn't do that. Unless you had some kind of like metal door in front of it. All right. I think I'll check in what's in the news now. Oh, right. About Los Angeles. I like that, Sunstar. We can't change the world, but we can make it a better place to live. One step at a time. Oh, Ivan, here's a pro tip for you. Get your sheet, hopefully you use cotton sheets, and get it wet with some cold water, wring it out, and then put that on you when you're sleeping. I used to do that in really hot areas. It's so good because that's like your own personal air conditioning. Good. I remember my mom used to do that in very hot areas. John, I don't think that's a good idea. That's warm. I said cool water. U.S.-Mexico negotiators fail to reach a deal on tariffs and immigration. Trump says talks will continue. Oh, good. Peterson was armed but didn't enter the building. He did not run toward the gunfire. Peterson stood outside behind a stairwell wall with his gun drawn, just pointing at the building. In the past, he said he believed the gunshots were coming from outside the building. He hid for 45 minutes. Wow. Wow. Huh. Check this out. Okay. I don't know if I'm teaching you. Hi, True Blue. I see. Yes. Okay. Oh. So did you just scroll down? Oh, I see. All right. Well, actually, I see you are in there, True Blue, but you just didn't scroll down the page, maybe. Or you were in there. So here is your here's where you were, but if you scroll down the page, this is where you can chat. Right here, you type in down here and it will come out. Pet Shop, I sometimes interact with you. I am very good at things I put my mind to, John. What are people saying in the chat? In here? So you see it. But then I don't see your name when I'm in my chat, in the chat room, because then it just had room has been cleared because I cleared the room. But and then I didn't see your username over here, but in yours I did see it. Like in your picture you just sent, I saw your name. All it shows is a chat, no name. Oh. Why did, and you typed something in and it didn't say anything? Maybe it's because I just cleared the chat. This is our other chat room. That's what it is. Now that I cleared the chat, now it's like, am I not able to see it? I don't know.
It's something weird.
I cleared the chat.
Oh, you were, how do you do that?
/clear, but then I haven't seen anybody chat since. Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Got it.
True Blue's in. Okay,
I
great.
see
Well,
it
we're
now.
slowly building that chat room up. We want an open chat room for people to access the internet and ARC show.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch.
David will be running against your dad, Donald Trump Jr.
Hey, Don Jr.'s in. Great. Hi, Don. How are you?
Yeah, David's the one running for office.
You know, and I really think Don Jr. was caught in the middle of the whole thing, not knowing what this clown-like meeting was going to be like with the Moscow attorney.
He was just told to go to a meeting somewhere.
Yeah, and he didn't even, and we do know that you flipped your testimony, Don, but I don't think that's a big deal.
How's your marriage going?
Yeah, how's your marriage going? That's what's really important. He divorced his ex.
I thought he got.
He's with a new woman now. She's a journalist. Yeah, I think she's a Fox News reporter. Yeah. But I mean, I don't think you're the issue, Don. That's the point. You're not the problem. And so far, your dad's, as long as he's doing his job, he's not the problem either. But starting wars that could trigger problems for our country, like with Iran, that's a problem. Yeah.
So you have a new girlfriend.
Yeah, he has a new girlfriend. She's a journalist, a very pretty woman, brunette. He seems to be in a better place. Yeah, he doesn't have to go out and shoot animals anymore to feel like a man. He may still do that, but, kill a few leopards here and there. But just having a new woman in his life, I think, has changed his attitude.
Do we have any things we can pass their way? Well, keep working on. One thing I would say is national composting at schools would be really good. And I would be a great person to do that.
Yeah.
It'd be great to be in charge of that.
You would be a good Secretary of Education. Just as good as Betsy DeVos, if not better.
Probably better.
Yeah, I think so.
But, I'm not going to buy my way into anywhere. Or any other thing.
No.
I will never owe anyone anything.
Good.
I will have the, in our just helping people with my mind is really good. Because I have an excellent mind.
You do. And you could be of great benefit to our country. You really could. Planning, all the work that Sarah is capable of doing is awaiting her. The future is very big, and you could be a big part of the new administration, for sure. If not a key part.
Well, of course I'd be a part of your
well, of course, my administration. But I mean, even if Donald Jr. or Don Jr. told his dad that, hey, why don't you make David Sponheim your vice president?
But I think Donald Jr. has the same problem. Well, not problem. I would say Donald Jr., he would probably be a good person to run. Well, maybe. But, of course, he can't run while his dad still has a term wants to serve. But serve, that's it. This is what you should tell your dad. And I hope you take this advice. When you are holding public office, your job is to serve. I know it's very difficult because they think it's like the biggest office and everybody else should be answering to them, but really it's about serving the American people.
Sarah, Donald is really greedy. He likes money. He doesn't really service to the American people is a side thing. I think it's like the side product of what he does. Well, he just likes money. He's really into money.
Okay, you want to know how to dump him? If you're
dump
really
who?
Donald Jr. This is how to dump him.
Dump who?
Pence.
Pence. Oh, okay.
Reveal his emails.
Yeah, his AOL emails are still hidden from the public disclosure laws. I checked it out. Pence still has hidden his AOL email addresses.
And
all the
lettuce.
emails.
I do agree with Mr. Bill. Right now, everyone should have a garden. The tariffs are going to make produce go sky high. At least grow tomatoes, onions, peppers, carrots, and pots if you don't have the space. Grow lettuce as well, because then you can have salads. My lettuce at my school are as big as my head.
Oh, are they really?
They're huge green leaf lettuce.
That's
and then we
wonderful.
have all this red leaf lettuce
You should
too.
give it all out. Everyone should get lettuce. I have lettuce growing in the backyard I harvest from, so we have just enough for our personal use, so that's good. If you can grow your own lettuce, that saves a lot of money.
No, Turd. The way to do it is to have school composting. Yeah, lettuce would save a lot of people some money.
We grow a lot of lettuce. I'll show you some lettuce.
David's going to show you one of our lettuce beds. Yeah, but, I have thought of running in the future, but not.
This is just one of our red leaf lettuce flats.
This is just one of our,
We've got about 20 of these things in a box, and we harvest leaves right out of it. Can they see it okay?
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
Red leaf lettuce.
That's red, and this is really delicate and tasty. Super tasty.
Yeah.
it's easy to grow this stuff and propagate it on the deck of your apartment too. You can grow things in barrels. Even garbage cans will grow potatoes, and on top of the potatoes, next to the potatoes, you can grow lettuce. So you could set up a couple of garbage cans out on your deck if you have an apartment overlooking a city, and you could grow enough lettuce for yourself and your significant other.
How do you suggest I do that, Ilya? Because I have tried yesterday, I actually, kicked some people out or blocked the users, and then they just come right back in.
So Pitoro has a sister singing Jingle Bells. We'll look at that a little bit later, Pitoro. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to leave right now.
Dinner's waiting for you.
Yeah. /clear is how you should clear the chat if you need to.
I will do that. Thank you, Sarah. It's got the basic tools we need, and Sarah found this Y99 chat room.
But I don't know how to block IP users or something.
I think we just have to let it roll over there and just see how it cultivates. Urine can be used as a pesticide. Yes, that's true. In fact, urine stops weeds just like better than Roundup, and it's safer for the environment. Love you. See, Donald Trump Jr. had a hard time coming to the show because he had an email verification. It's such a hassle at the White House. So he comes in now through our other show. Thanks for coming in, Don Jr. I don't have any anger toward your father, and I've been listening to a lot of Republicans saying that, people just don't show him enough respect. And I can see how it would be really tough to do his job when he doesn't get any respect from the people he wants. But I think the people that do respect him are showing him respect. I think that's the part that matters. I know. And if you look at the reality, I can't possibly talk about Donald's roots with Russians and all his connections to the mob and show him a lot of respect. Because you shouldn't come into the office of the presidency with all that baggage. So a lot of what is going on with Donald and with the ongoing contempt charges against William Barr is the result of Donald and his activities prior to the election, and him saying, I'm not doing any business with Russia, while setting up an account, a meeting with representatives from Russia to talk about Moscow Hotel at the same time he said he didn't have any business going on. And he was willing to offer Vladimir Putin a $50 million penthouse suite for free. Now that says a lot about Vladimir Putin, and it should tell the Russians that this man is clearly on the take, and has been for what, 3 decades now? Yeah, so we've got a suspicion that the money is buying politics at every level across the globe. That's pretty much a given. But Russian people are good people, and they're hardworking people, and they're not even getting a good deal. Right now, Vladimir Putin raised the age of retirement to the same age you die in Russia. It's terrible. So when people are allowed to retire, that's technically the year they're going to die, based statistically on previous data. Gotta go. Okay, take care. Princess Kate's coming. Okay, you guys take care, and good luck with all of your... well, it's going to be tough dealing with the nasty thing. The nasty thing, Meghan Markle. And I think Nastia is a problem, too. She has still testimonies out there. She could be called in as a witness, Nastia, the Russian mistress that used to date Deripaska. She still had... information up until when she returned from Thailand to Moscow, when Deripaska seized all that evidence of Russian rigging of our election. So had I been Nancy Pelosi, I would have ordered that woman extradited from Moscow in safe haven here in the U.S. and would have given her U.S. temporary visa status. She would then testify about all the things she knows about the Russian connection to Deripaska and the election. But they seized all the evidence. Deripaska has it in his possession. She's safe, and nothing's going to happen. Never did drink alcohol. I had a couple beers with friends, didn't like the feeling. Never really liked the idea of getting drunk. Yeah, it makes me sick to think about what that feeling of out of control when you have just too many, and then you get sick. That happened to me once. I got so sick that I literally never wanted to drink again. I don't drink vodka with you now. There was all rigging, yeah. According to the experts, Facebook had 182 million impressions stolen by Russia. No, the fact that Russia purposely went out of their way to contaminate our social networks prior to the election is on Russia, not on our social networks. Sorry. Nice try, though. Oh, no, not another measles outbreak. That's so ridiculous, you know. Nobody's ever died of measles in America, yet they think it's a terrible thing when it actually, there's evidence it can prevent cancer. That a measles epidemic is actually something that bolsters your immune system. But now they're claiming that 980 cases of measles exist because people aren't being vaccinated. And unfortunately, I'd tell you this is a fact, but they never did a study to determine how many vaccines have actually spread the measles virus. Yeah. So there are confirmed cases in the country, many up in Seattle, Clark County, and then there's quite a few in New York. And as you know, there's a law in New York City and New York, you have to vaccinate your kids. But again, all the deaths from measles are worldwide, not US based. There's nobody who's died from measles in the United States. All this is fear and paranoia pushed to create more measles vaccinations and ultimately vax the whole world, which is their big goal. Because remember, they're sitting on millions of doses of vaccine still that are sitting on shelves from Barack Obama's era, when he actually gave $26 billion to the vaccine industry when he was a U.S. senator. There is evidence that rigging is going on in the Diebold voting system already, Mr. Wrong. The fact is, they may have even worked their way through the Diebold voting system in 7 states, the Russians. That evidence is still kind of piecemeal, but what really is evident is Donald Trump met with the Russians 127 times. His team met with the Russians 127 times before the election. We do know that Russia did rig the election in favor of Donald Trump. Those two sentences together equals collusion. At any level, collusion is obvious, okay? When he fired James Comey and said, oh, I just want to end the Russian thing to Lester Holt, that was obstruction. Now, recently, when he said he wasn't going to actually work on the budget or come up with an infrastructure plan with Nancy Pelosi unless they stop investigating him, that is absolute obstruction. He's doing everything he can to obstruct an investigation into him, which shows he's guilty. He won't even let anybody see his financial records, which he said in the election, oh, I'll gladly show you my tax returns for 10 years, no problem. And then now he won't show anybody anything, and he's fighting viciously to keep people from looking at that stuff. So the devil is in the details. There's more than enough evidence out there to commit to impeachment, and the Democrats are definitely moving in that direction. And as William Barr continues to feel the heat from Nadler, when the Congress decides whether they're going to go with a civil or a criminal contempt charge, it'll decide whether Attorney General William Barr will still remain Attorney General or if he's going to jail. That's how serious this is. And the obstruction cannot stop. Our government needs to find out exactly what happened prior to this election that led to this rigged election. Now, if we're going to sit back and just ignore that and put our country on hold for a while in other areas, then you go right ahead. Watch what happens. Just watch. You'll see. Bob Urosevich, the first CEO of Diebold Election System, was also the founder of ESNS, the competing voting machine company owned by the McCarthy Group. Together, these two companies are responsible for tallying around 80% of the votes cast in the United States. Thanks, Cranky Beans. Well, there you have it. Apparently, our system is riggable. Okay, let's go to Larry Sinclair in the green room.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony, Larry Sinclair. We'll cue this up for later. Yeah, so that was Larry Sinclair, and I was the one that was the original birther candidate. Don't let Donald Trump fool you. I was 4 years ahead of him.
I definitely could use a voice of Jimmy Carter. I think it's racism, definitely racism, when we talk about these things.
A lot of people are trying to rig the election that may just be fake. Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of people sitting in like sweat rooms overseas in China. There's a building in China where all they do is post fake news. You'd have to be a complete idiot to think that that wasn't happening. But you see, we have a complete idiot in the form of Mark Zuckerberg, who doesn't even care about our privacy. And now his attorneys are trying to claim that joining Facebook precludes that you have no privacy. No, I can't talk about those people right now. The fact that Donald Trump is the guy that supported, I'm going to mute you for a while because you're posting too many times. The fact that Donald Trump is the one that claimed he was a birther candidate just to get noticed and then dropped it like a lead balloon when he became president shows me that Donald Trump is deep state. And he's working for the very same powers that brought us to Barack Obama. You see, their big game is to divide the country, make you hate Democrats or Republicans. Their whole game is to just drive us into two corners by putting out two ridiculous sides. Super left-wing Ocasio-Cortez and Beto O'Rourke, bending over to transgenderism like it was some good thing, wanting gun control, which is ridiculous. And then you've got the far right where Donald's, willing to take money from the NRA, which we don't even know came from Russia, because the NRA won't even comment on it. And then you've got Donald making outrageous accusations about other countries driving our economy into upsy downsy, turbsy weirdness. That's the game. Make two sides look completely polar opposite and drive everybody apart. It's like herding people into two slaughterhouses, all leading to the same slaughterhouse. I have never met Xi Jinping. I would not be able to impersonate him unless I met him or saw a video of him at great length. I do know that he's a very affable person, nice, seems to have a wonderful demeanor, like a loving bear, if you will. Yeah, he has that demeanor. I think that is very good for the Chinese people. They need that patriarchal image, and he certainly fills the bill. But we've done a terrible thing to Meng, the CFO of Huawei. We've treated her terrible. She seems to have been alienated and charged with ridiculous crimes which she never committed. Okay, Pelosi tells the Democrats she wants to see Trump in prison. Well, now, finally, her rhetoric is stepping up and meeting the demand of the Democratic Party. Reggie Love was Barack Obama's lover and body man. When Obama's a homosexual, as you know. And he even openly admitted to lusting after his professor a couple times in his recent book. And he just hasn't openly said he's gay, but everyone knows he is. And Reggie Love was Obama's lover for 3 years in the White House. God knows what they were doing. I mean, I could only imagine the kind of gay sex that was happening in the Oval Office at that time, but I'm sure Donald has cleaned the interior of the Oval Office and it's probably up to snuff. I'm sure Henry Kissinger could even visit and he'd be fine with it. Remember, Henry Kissinger controls both Obama and Trump. He's the kingpin of the Western Alliance Zionists, who are also connected to the Russian oligarchs Zionists that control Trump. Yeah. Henry Kissinger, it's really a new world order. Exactly, Henry. That's the way you see it. I know. America's parks are full of homeless people living in RVs, and I think I'm okay with that. What video is going to get banned on Twitch before you get unbanned? I haven't even gone back on Twitch yet. I'm willing to stand up to not just the Zionists, I'm willing to stand up to corruption at any level. So Pelosi wants Trump to go to prison. She has also clashed with Judiciary Committee Chairman Jerry Nadler, who pressed her to begin impeachment proceedings. So she's a little confused. Either she wants him to be in prison and wants impeachment, or she doesn't. So she needs to get on the table and stop vacillating and wondering where her next Botox injection's coming from. Nancy, it's time to get on board the impeachment train. Hillary Clinton's the same way. She doesn't want impeachment. You notice how Donald has not prosecuted Hillary? All you alt-right people must be, basically crapping bricks right now, wondering why Donald won't go after Hillary. Because Donald is deep state. We're not after Jewish people. I'm not anti-Semitic. No, it's Zionists. Rephrase. I'm after... Joe Biden is not Jewish, and he's a Zionist. Hitler was a Zionist. He wanted a state of Israel. People don't realize that. The Balfour Declaration came out 1917, way before Adolf Hitler. Read my lips. A new world order. 1,000 points of light. Trump and Hillary are close. Yep, Trump's protecting Hillary. And you know something? Trump has been told to stand down off Elizabeth Warren. I was the one that was asking Elizabeth Warren to get a DNA test, and then Trump acted like it was his idea. Well, Elizabeth Warren got a DNA test, 5 months ago, and it came out less than 0.5% Cherokee Indian, which means she needs to be prosecuted for perjury when she signed those papers on affirmative action. She got a free education by claiming she was Cherokee Indian. I got zip by claiming I'm Caucasian. And I really was the top student in my high school class of 770 students. I had the highest SAT scores. I could have easily been a Harvard graduate by now, but I was denied an education and she was given one with lower scores than I had. So you can imagine why I'm a little upset at Elizabeth Warren. But Trump won't prosecute her. Trump won't even go after Ilhan Omar, who apparently married her brother. He won't even prosecute her for immigration violations. The reason is Trump is part of the drama they created. Remember, it's left versus right, men versus women, black versus white, white versus Hispanic, Hispanic versus whatever. They're just driving us apart, and they want these people in play as puppets, scapegoats, people to mouth off their dogma so everyone will hate the Democrats or everyone will hate the Republicans. That's the game they're playing. I was denied an education. I went to college for about a year before I couldn't afford it anymore. And the situation was so terrible. My mother was unwilling to pay for my education. Yeah, and it's a long story, but it'll be in my book. She was required by law because she had enough money to do it, but she didn't want to do it. Yeah, so I didn't sue my mother, but I was denied scholarship funds based on the fact that I was white, and denied access to colleges based on that I was white. So that's a big problem. And I'm still a little bit, upset that people right now who are graduating with top scores who are white are not getting into colleges. And that's a big problem, especially for young people. So what I plan on doing is I'm going to lower the age of independent financial status from 25 to 21, which would have helped me immensely. And if kids now who are 21, I should say adults now who are 21, could be declared independent from their family, they could immediately jump right into school getting funds like Pell Grants to go to school. And we'll double the Pell Grants for everybody across the board, both men and both black, white, Hispanic, Asian people. We won't be colorblind on that note. Gradually, affirmative action will become a thing of the past as we make more people open to college at a younger age so they don't have to fight to be in college. And by the time I was 25, I was losing motivation. And my business activities were picking up. In 1985, I was 25 years old. I walked right into an office of Safeway Markets and talked to the general manager about organic food. That's what I was doing. I was building a business that would promote organic food production in the country. And it was very important to me that I promoted our organic food. So I literally took my entire, all my focus and put out press kits to all the major grocers in America. And I got a call back from the Los Angeles Safeway office, and the general manager of Safeway grocery stores met with me. It was the best meeting I ever had. I was so amazed at his response. It was like, wow, I love this. I was like, great. What kind of products could I sell you? And he said, oh, I don't want any of your products. I said, what? I'm here selling. He said, well, I'm just excited about organic food. And he immediately started creating the O brand, which is now the largest producer of organic food in America. And that was my doing. That's what I did when I was 25 years old. So I'm proud of certain achievements, but I didn't make any money on it. I am still promoting organic food. I'm still promoting getting rid of pesticides and herbicides from our general agriculture and focusing more on organic methods. And I think we can revolutionize our entire growing industry. And food can be a big part of the breadbasket of America can return. I can tell you that we're already getting ahead by me running for president. I'm not worried about my background. I can sell people on my intelligence, no problem. I'm not in any way hurting in that department. I'm not looking at college as a hurdle at all for a lot of you. Many of you might want to go into business. I have another idea where I would like to get young kids, 8th, 9th grade up to 12th grade, a chance to get scholarship funds by being the top student in their class. And I want to be able to get funds for people who score the highest on any test. I think it should amount to scholarship funds. And when you turn 18, you should be able to cash those out for whatever you want, even if you want to start a business. Seriously, that would be your money to do whatever you want with. That's something I'd like to see, an incentive plan in our school system. I was 17, turning 18 when I lost my virginity. A woman kind of jumped my bones at the dorms. I had skipped 7th grade, so I was in college at 17 years old with students that were 18 to 21. And I will admit I was a little immature, emotionally immature. I wasn't prepared to meet some of the people I met who were very mature. And, you know, they can pull your heartstrings when they're very mature and you're a 17-year-old. I've been smart ever since I graduated #1 in my class in high school. I was the top student in school. Everyone who competed against me, there are people right now, there's a professor at MIT I used to beat him on all his tests. I have a higher IQ than he has. And he was very jealous of me. I'll never forget how jealous he was always behind me in the GPA. But now he's a professor at MIT. I'm not jealous of him. I'm glad he's doing what he wants to do, but I'm not short on intelligence, and I don't need a degree to prove that to people. I would definitely advise everyone finishing their high school diploma and going on to 2 years of community college. And I even have a plan, a 6-week to 6-month certification program I want to offer young people, anybody actually, 6-week to 6-month certification where they get certified in an area that is in demand and the employer is waiting for the top students. So if you get a B or higher in that class, you're going to get a job. You'll still be certified in that area to look for work elsewhere, but that's what we want to do. Partnership with private enterprise so that we can get people in work making 20 to 25 bucks an hour right out of the chute. When I was 16 years old, I could do about maybe 50 push-ups. When I was 17, I was training in crew at UCLA. I was only 160 pounds, 6'4". Now I weigh about 220. Thank you, Abdul. Well, I'm here every day because I can be. I can be here every day. That's the key here. If this was not available to me, I wouldn't be able to do this. There was a time when people weren't even allowed to create third parties In fact, FDR tried to stop one of the most important third-party guys in the history of third parties, Father Coughlin. FDR told him he couldn't use the radio waves to reach 30 million people in a country of 100 million. Then Father Coughlin started sending out letters to people. FDR said he couldn't use a stamp on the letters. So we've had dictators like FDR try to stop third parties. So I'm just lucky to be able to do a show every night, even though we are censored heavily. Obsession with Trump tanks CNN ratings, network doubles down, as they should. Yeah, and notice this is coming from RT. Look at this. They're still putting out Russian propaganda. Look at this. Now they're making up a story that CNN's ratings are tanking because the network is doubling down on Trump and his activities. You see how they're trying to control our news right there? That's a classic example of how RT, Russian Today, is controlling things. They are screwing up their entire life out of high school. Who the hell graduates knowing that they want to spend the majority of the rest of their life doing? This is why we have a crap ton of people working in jobs they hate while making everyone else's life miserable. You said a mouthful there, Misanthropy. No, Mr. Wrong, you're making up stories. A push-up is not me getting out of bed. That's a half a push-up. 2 getting out of beds is 1 push-up. I was only 16? Wow, you have photographs of me when I was 16?
She was only 16.
Wrong song. Yeah, you said a mouthful there, Misan. And, none of us have asked you about your education, but we know that you have 156 IQ because you said so. David, I want to go to Universal Studio Hollywood. Oh, how nice for you. Maybe you could someday. Ask the Pope if you can get a tour. No, I'm not going to push Russia Today propaganda, but thanks, Ivan. Hey, guess what? Iran is 6 months away from an atomic bomb. A former IAEA official says Israel and the Gulf states need to be worried about Iran's emerging nuclear capabilities. Yeah. Now remember, this is the rhetoric that is being pushed toward building up a show of force against Iran and somehow intimidating them from making a nuclear bomb when Obama has already authorized. Okay, 158, thank you. Obama has already authorized the making of 1 nuclear weapon. And now the big story is Iran's emerging nuclear abilities. It was written into the treaty that Iran would have a nuclear weapon. What the hell? I mean, we've known for at least 4 years now that Iran is going to have a nuclear weapon. Some people are having a hard time with growing pains here. Donald Trump still believes that North Korea doesn't have any nuclear weapons because Vladimir Putin said so. Oh, and Vladimir would never lie to him. No, no. Especially when he has a sex tape on him. No. John Kerry and Obama put the feather in their cap by doing that. Big mistake. I am the one who said not to sign the treaty. But I'm also the one, and you recall, who said we should not impose economic sanctions in a great way against Iran. Trump didn't listen to that part of my statement. He imposed economic sanctions, and now we're in hot water with China over Meng, the CFO of Huawei, and other issues. So Donald Trump is screwing up our relationship with the biggest trading partner we could ever have. And it's ironic because everything Donald Trump has done has been to help Russia. Russia has a very small economy, like the size of Italy's. They would love it if China and the U.S. economies shrink quite a bit. So that helps Russia, a trade war with China. Trump is hating on NATO. NATO is the biggest enemy of Russia. Of course, Trump is helping Russia there too. He's doing everything he can for Russia. And let's not forget, he didn't impose economic sanctions against Russia, even though 99% of Congress had ordered it. But now there's something even more disturbing about Donald Trump. He's going out of his way to violate Congress's wishes not to have any sales of military items to Saudi Arabia, and has authorized nuclear sales. 19 days after Congress was vetoed by Trump on this issue, Trump went ahead and offered nuclear options for Saudi Arabia. So shipments of nuclear weapons have already gone down to Saudi Arabia. That's all we can surmise from that. This destabilizes the region significantly. Assuming Israel and Saudi Arabia are bosom buddies and are no problems whatsoever, I find that hard to believe. But assuming they do have a good relationship, then Saudi Arabia and Israel will work together to stop Iran. But that's just another trigger point for a potential nuclear exchange, which pushes us the nuclear time clock closer to the top of the hour. Our chance of entering World War III have increased 50 to 100% since Donald Trump took office in the United States. What do you do with explosive diarrhea? Your diarrhea is going nuclear? You need to get a thing called Imodium. It's over the counter. Works great. Play your video? Okay. I'm not coming out with an album right now. I'm still working on the early stages of my newest album. Yeah. You know how Miley Cyrus is working on her song She's Coming? I'm Going. Yeah. This is the next title of my new song, I'm Going. All right. I think we're done with that. I didn't see your video there. Yeah. Cranky Beans has one, but you don't have one there. So pitted. Hey guys, I'm sorry I'm missing you over the Yahoo chat. Vaughn Live have scary aliens? Ooh. I like some of the emoticons over here. UHF, VHF viewer. Yeah. Have a cup of coffee on me. There you go. You don't see people? Well, I wish we had more people in the room, but we found out that the room that you're watching us on over at Y99 is being censored. And we're still trying to figure that out. We have a request for Mr. Tambourine Man in 1972. I'll play it after the show. I'm not allowed to play it during the show for obvious reasons. But that looks like a good one. I love that song. Hey, Mr. Did you know that the Byrds were all related to military men? And, yeah, commanders, military commanders. Everybody in the Byrds families were all military men. The Byrds actually first performed outside of a studio in Laurel Canyon, California. They started literally because the military was setting them up as a band. Most of the 60s were started by the children of military families, because most of the 60s were engineered to be part of a propaganda scheme. Yeah, so the Byrds, which we'll play at the top of the 10 o'clock hour, were actually all children of military personnel. Fascinating, huh? And you know, Jim Morrison, I said this the other night, Jim Morrison was the son of the top commander of the fleets in Vietnam that were allegedly attacked by North Vietnam, allegedly, that led to the Vietnam War. The coincidence is too great to see all these military children being at the center of the 60s rock and roll movement. And this studio in Laurel Canyon was well renowned as a CIA and FBI hangout, where they literally engineered the 60s movement. Now, you're wondering, why would the 60s movement be engineered by the same people you'd think were a bunch of squares, you know, that would not want, because they wanted to grab the reins of something really cool and take that ride all the way into apathy. A lot of your parents and grandparents were like, yeah, peace and love, man, let's make it happen, beautiful. And that would have transcended into a political movement. But it didn't, because it was guided away from that into the drug culture. And that's how manipulation has gone on in our society over the past 30, 40 years. I finally understood this problem when I looked at it very simply. I said, well, why are we so apathetic? That's part of it. But there's also this simple fact that we're being dumbed down by fluoride in our water system and lithium in our atmosphere. That's another factor. Okay, YouTube is finally banning anybody who talks about Sandy Hook as not a real event, who deny the Holocaust, and anyone who seems to be like a Nazi. Yeah, so this is a big, huge push to knock everybody off the internet who have free speech and are defended by free speech. And I'm not defending Nazis or Holocaust deniers or Sandy Hook truthers. I'm defending the right of free speech, of anybody to dispute anything in an open forum. Now, when YouTube defines what is and is not allowed as free speech, they are acting like a fascist organization, no different than Hitler's propaganda minister Goering would have done back in the 1930s. So this is serious, folks. We're seeing it happen right before our eyes. The totalitarian regime of a new fascist order attacking anybody who's right-wing or left-wing. Look at that. I know how you feel. I know. We all feel a little put out. I'm not a boomer. I'm at the beginning of the X generation. And here's a study that Harvard has looked at. Misanthropy has this link. The Free Thought Project at Harvard shows YouTube promotes pedophilia to people who watch erotic videos. So while they're kicking off people who are speaking their mind and speaking the truth, whatever they think is the truth, even if they're denying the Holocaust, they still have a right to speak out. I don't agree with that, but they have a right to speak out. Harvard researchers have found a disturbing trend in the YouTube algorithm which promotes videos of young children. Yeah. To those seeking out erotic content. So it actually caters to people who are looking at pictures of children. This is really a wild story. Yeah. For years now, the Free Thought Project has been reporting on the sadistic and outright horrifying pedophilia content that fills the murky depths of YouTube. The company who cracks down on peaceful channels and censors alternative media has long allowed this disturbing content on their platform. Now, YouTube doesn't have anyone to question them because YouTube is run by the government. Believe it or not, they encourage pedophilia. That's why our government is openly disallowing any discussion about Pizzagate. If you mention the word Pizzagate on Twitter or Reddit, you immediately get your account banned. This is what's going on. I don't consider myself a boomer, no. Sorry, I'm beginning of the X generation. But thank you. Your numbers are skewed. 1960 was the beginning of the X generation. It was not the boomer period. No. You're saying that people 8 years after the war were having children, or 10 years after, come on, 14 years after the war were having children, and they're somehow boomers? Give me a break. Most people were retired in their easy chair. They didn't even want to have sex at that time. We don't take flat earth discussion here. It's not part of our open discussion. No. I will not even entertain the idea of a flat earth. The reason why the flat earth thing was pushed was because the CIA wanted a way of diverting attention from the moon hoax. The moon hoax is very real. We haven't been back to the moon in 50 years, and for a reason. We never went to the moon. And so in order to defray that realization, they tried to jump all you people into the same category and make you think that everything NASA said was a lie, including what Galileo said, including what Copernicus said. So that's your deception. That's because you're somewhat mentally presumptive. You're presuming things. That was a trick by the CIA to discredit the moon hoax theories. There's a lot of evidence to suggest the moon hoax is a hoax, but very little evidence to suggest a flat earth exists, especially considering every single spherical object in the known universe is sitting above us with physical three-dimensional examples of what we are. The moon is there. Yes, it really is. It's not some... If it was some projection on a dome, it would have blinked out a few times because of a bulb breaking. You people actually believe that. Frankly, the Mandela effect is just self-fulfilling prophecy. Yeah. Mixed with manifest destiny. And I don't mean the manifest destiny promoted during the 1700s. That's all the Mandela effect is. Self-fulfilled prophecy mixed with manifest destiny. For instance, there's a book out there from the late 1800s that references Baron Trump. And all kinds of prophecies, they say, have come from that. It's highly likely that Donald Trump was handpicked by the Illuminatis many, many years ago, who... I'll tell you how deep this goes. Donald Trump's his uncle, John Trump, was a nuclear scientist who handled Nikola Tesla's top secret weather warfare equipment. Are you beginning to get the picture here? Donald Trump's family has been connected to the Illuminati for decades. His father was deeply connected. So they literally chose the name, the Illuminati chose the name of his son, Barron, as part of a self-fulfilling prophecy that they were manifesting. It's ridiculous to think that there's even a Mandela effect. They could easily warp the media. There was a common Mandela effect theory that Jim Nabors had died in the 1980s. Everyone said, oh yeah, Jim Nabors died. No, the media reported his death. But he didn't die until a couple years ago. You know, Gomer Pyle. So the media had reported his death falsely, which makes you think somehow they're changing the dimension of the media. Oscar Mayer did go through a couple of name changes. It used to be Oscar Mayer and then changed to Oscar Mayer. That's what they do. There's a lot of reasons to believe that the Mandela effect is just foreshadowing by the Illuminati. Okay, now that you realize that Donald Trump is part of the deep state and he hasn't prosecuted Hillary or anyone else, we can start building a plan to subvert or change the direction of our New World Order plan currently in play. The people that are controlling this play are people like Henry Kissinger. Now, he will not be a part of my foreign policy, nor will his plan of preemptive wars or low-intensity conflict be a part of my strategy. I've been studying Henry Kissinger's foreign policy for over 45 years, and I can tell you it's failing left and right. It's breeding contempt, not dissolving or mitigating contempt. We're seeing more and more people wanting to be terrorists around the world and them fanning the flame of terrorism to justify more wars. And if they have to fake things going on around the world, they will, to justify more wars and gun control, which is their big plan. They want to do what Hitler did to all of us, just like Hitler pulled the Jewish guns away. They want to take away all of our guns and do so with people who are puppets like Trump, who will basically cave in on gun issues. Trump already has said he's going to ban bump stock, which is ridiculous, as well as he's talking about implementing a plan to stop PTSD victims from having guns. First we take their guns, then we do the due process later. That's what he said in reference to people with PTSD. So Donald Trump is weak on gun rights, and if you think he's going to protect your gun rights, think again. And you notice he said recently at a meeting with the NRA that he was going to get rid of the small arms treaty. He hasn't taken that out of play. He has not removed the small arms treaty that John Kerry signed into law, an international small arms ban. He has not removed it. He said he was going to, but he hasn't done it. So he says one thing and lies, and then people believe he's somehow supportive of gun rights. Hey, I like this one, but that's my favorite. Mr. Cool. Okay, /clear. Clues. Okay, good. Well, we have a backup chat room that some people can get into. Tomorrow, we're going to be working on our Twitch account, so I'm going to try to get back on Twitch IRL. They relaxed the IP ban on us, and it looks like I've got a green light to do that. David Williams changed to David Williams? Williams? I did not know that, Anita. Are you telling the truth? Dr. Meow just said that some people broke into the Tesla home in the building in New York City, and they even broke the drywall. And they found a paper saying, I cannot live knowing that all those morons are going to use my technologies, destroy themselves, then blame my name. I prefer to destroy it. If that's true, that's amazing, Dr. Meow. Wow. Because John Trump was the nuclear scientist that grabbed everything Tesla had out of his building, out of his storage unit in Long Island. Yeah, it's like slummed it over to their house. And the Trumps have been a big part of that weather modification thing. If you think Trump's going to stop the chemtrails, think again. His whole family's part of the chemtrail plan. Yeah, they're going to spray us continuously. I've had nothing but sprays over my house the past few days. It was crazy. And now, of course, like I predicted, the weather clouded up, and we had rain today. Totally out of the ordinary June 5th rain in Washington, which takes away the water from California and dehydrates LA. I'm sure LA is not going to face rain anytime soon. Oakland in California is now decriminalizing magic mushrooms and peyote. Wow. The first local area to do this. This is a big trend. Nevada's looking at this possibility. Yes, one person said, I just can't find the list of anyone in chat. Only your name called third party lags in typing. Yes, they are trying to stop this chat room. We are being heavily DDoSed over there. Yeah, we tried to open up a new venue. I know that we're being censored all over the place. We're going to be opening up new channels all over the place to beat the censors. But Oakland is now breaking ground, man. First pot, now shrooms. And there's a lot of evidence that mushrooms, psilocybin, may very well prevent cluster headaches, believe it or not. They're seeing some positive results from mind-expanding hallucination drugs that help cluster headaches. Fascinating, huh? Well, we'll see. The city's council vote directed law enforcement to cease investigating and prosecuting individuals who are using and possessing psilocybin and peyote. Very interesting. We'll see how that plays out. I've actually said that I would be okay with all drugs legalized if we could get 67% of our population, a supermajority, to agree with it. I don't think we can do it. Yes, Ellen DeGeneres. I look a lot like Ellen DeGeneres tonight. Right, that's the hairdo that I was shooting for. Yeah. Except mine is better than hers. Hers looks fake. You know, mine looks a little bit more realistic, I think. So compare the two. What do you think? And I don't look a bit like her, no. I'm much different in appearance. Plus, I'm not a woman. So, is she a woman? Do we know that for a fact? I'm just happy to have a gig at Mandalay Bay and do whatever the Illuminati tells me to do. Like that time I interviewed Jose Campos. What a great guy. The only person who was a witness to the Mandalay Bay shooting. Wonderful. Had a great time. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not her, thankfully. But she's making, she has a big following. I can't stand it either. I know it. Nope. No, the hair is natural. Every day it does its own thing. I can't control it. I thought I could control it, but today is Wig Wednesday, and as you can see, I don't need to wear a wig. So my hair is actually climaxing on Wednesdays. So if this is the equivalent of a hairgasm right now. Federal prosecutors seeking new info about billionaire pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Well, that'll be nice. Donald Trump is protecting billionaire Jeffrey Epstein, as you know, which is a problem. I would not in any way support such a thing, but hey, Trump, good friends with Jeffrey Epstein. And you notice how the Labor Secretary Acosta has not even made a comment about how he got a light sentence of only 1 year for Jeffrey. But they're seeking new information about the case, so things are still migrating through the courts. That's about it. He spoke with an assistant U.S. attorney who appeared to focus on what Epstein's victims want the government to do and whether Epstein's alleged actions constitute federal crimes. Oh yeah, 50 alleged rapes of children and prostitution of children. Yeah, I think we call it a crime. Yeah. Yes, Jeffrey Epstein, it's very likely he's a deep state Mossad player. No, I'm not Jewish. I'm German. German heritage. I'm actually Norwegian, German, English, Romanian. In that order. My father was Norwegian on his mother's side, German heritage on his father's side. My mother was English on her father's side and Romanian on her mother's side. Yes. None of my family members were ever Jewish. There was an aunt that married a Jew. We had an aunt that married a Jew and had a very nice gift shop in Washington, D.C. But she wasn't. She was the one weirdo that thought she was Jewish. No, not gypsies. We were Romanians from Roman times, as you can see from my nose. Cue facial shot. Just like the, yeah. Let's move on. Cranky, what do you have? Is that a good video? Let me. Gonzo, Asia's first tambourine master. Asia's Got Talent. Okay, we've got a tambourine guy, as well as Mr. Tambourine Man by the Byrds. So we've got a tambourine theme we're starting out with tonight. That'll be fun. Well, let's be clear. I believe Iran will have a nuclear weapon in our time. And I believe that Iran will continue to have their missile system the way it is. I don't believe that Donald Trump is stupid enough to start a war with Iran. But I do know that the people pulling his strings really do think that now is the time they need to strike. I believe that Iran probably will just exist like any other country. And we will adapt to the reality that they have a nuclear weapon. Israel hasn't even admitted to having nuclear weapons. So, this is, yeah, wasteful Wednesday. VP Pence has called for Omar to be removed from her position in Congress. Unfortunately, VP Pence hasn't said anything that amounts to anything for the past 5 years. Even when he was a governor of Indiana, he said very little. Ilhan Omar has no place for the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and the Democratic leadership ought to remove her. Nobody wants to pull Ilhan Omar. Even Trump won't even prosecute her for marrying her brother. It's a joke. They want her as a scapegoat. Pence is too out of it to realize that. But I would prosecute. I would definitely go out of my way to make sure that people who are Muslims that deserve to be there, who haven't cheated, they would represent their sector in Dearborn, Michigan. Yeah, did you hear the jets? That's the sound of freedom. They fly over our house all the time. We're in the vortex of preparation for World War III. So in a way, I'm kind of at the center of this, the hub of controversy here. We are the eyes and the ears of the Pacific Ocean where I live. We pretty much rule the roost off of this island here. U.S. military personnel ordered to paint border barriers to improve aesthetic appearance. Okay, yeah. Very interesting. Well, as you know, I have a border fence in mind here. So as they are planning on having an aesthetic appearance, hey, I'll be glad to paint my border container fence idea, which, by the way, came from various people. It's not just my idea. I don't mind sharing it with others, but yeah, I think the aesthetics is important to some people. So in deference to that, I will spray paint this the color of your choice. What color would you like to make it? Anyone have any ideas? Fuchsia? What would be the best color for the fence? I personally think California brown would be the best way to go. That's my prediction is we'll go with a kind of a brown, yeah, like this. This is the color of the fence. You like that? Kind of a sandy brown. That may be a little bit, we may want to go a little darker, like in this area. Let me do a little sketch here for you. Well, golly, Sarge. The military is always painting things. You saw Gomer Pyle painting years ago. I don't wash my beautiful hair. No, it comes manufactured. It's in the pixelization that you're seeing changes. No, I wash my hair every day if I see a need, but I will wash it. Last resort, I will wash it. I had a bad hair day the other day because I didn't use conditioner. No, it's my real hair. I didn't use a conditioner, and what happened was it came out all frizzy. So I said to myself, no, well, I do have the avocado shampoo. I use it intermittently. But I said, I'm gonna go ahead and put on a good dose of this really good conditioner made by a Nigerian woman. Shea Moisturizer. They make it in Nigeria. It's amazing. It's Shea Moisture conditioner I used. And the Shea Moisture company is amazing. I wish they'd sell more of it. This lady literally saved her family in Nigeria by making this amazing blend. And I took the restorative conditioner and put it on my hair, and I put a big dose of it on, and I was quite amazed. It really does exactly what they say it does. The problem is it has argan oil in it, and argan oil literally wreaks havoc with follicles. So you do lose a few hairs in the process of using this stuff. So if you're watching your hair and you're counting every single hair, don't use it. But if you have enough hair growing, you don't have to worry about it. I am a hair expert, actually. I've forced myself to know everything about hair in order to deal with the show. My heroes, I'm like you. I like watching movies, so my heroes are your heroes. Bigger than life characters. Yeah, Tom Cruise is a hero. Arnold Schwarzenegger is a hero. I can't say Sylvester Stallone is a hero, but I'm more into the mystique of these actors, not the real people. You know, as far as real people and real heroes in life, Mahatma Gandhi, I would say was a person who followed in the same path that I'm following in. I too believe that Henry David Thoreau's book was a life-changing event on Walden Pond on behalf of civil disobedience. Okay, we now have a request for Michelle in the green room. This is Michelle Obama, everybody. And she was dancing on Ellen DeGeneres, and the only reason why we found this out is because of the work of, Joan Rivers. She's the one who talked about this whole thing. But as you can see from the picture, Michelle Obama has a penis. And we've been lied to. Yeah, look at that. That's pretty clear as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't take an expert to determine what's swinging there. And that's more than enough evidence to my book to suggest that Michelle Obama is indeed a dude. Yeah. Yeah, so we've been lied to by a lot of people. Obama's a New World Order puppet, and so is Donald Trump. And that's why I'm building this third party, in case you didn't know. So Pelosi privately told Democrats she wants Trump in prison. That's good to know. U.S. military personnel ordered to paint border barriers to improve aesthetic appearance. Not much of a story there, really. Yeah, well, I like the character Arnold Schwarzenegger plays. I thought he was really good at his acting, even though he's not the greatest actor. Okay, Psycho Behavior has not been able to find our room. And we've had a couple people coming in here. Michael Cohen Esquire, he's hanging out. If you guys can't click this link and get to it that way, then there's something seriously wrong.
One thing about it is,
Yeah.
I've noticed that some people click it. You need to scroll down the page. You might not see it.
Yeah, you might not see the room there. Scroll down the page. Maybe you're missing something. Salted Peanut says, Dave, Mark admitted censoring you today. He said he only does it because you accused him of doing it before he did it. No. Mark makes a lot of money, okay? There's no way that's true. He's coming up with excuse after excuse for covering his butt, proverbial butt cover. I'm not playing a character. I'm not. I am the smartest guy in my area, that's for sure. You're out of here. Take care.
You can always go chat over at that Y99 site.
Yeah, yeah. Go over to Y99. We'll welcome you over there, but we don't allow people to slander me in the show here. Supplements for energy, weight loss, muscle building carry risk for youth. Wow, that's good to know. The possibility of supplements causing backlash for young people. You know, we've seen a lot of kids in our area take steroids because they're in the football team, and there's seemingly no limits on steroids when kids are, you know, are taking these things. So this can be a big problem. Wow. Harvard study says supplements, energy, weight loss, muscle building carry risk for youth. Wow. Okay. Study found hundreds of cases of children and young adults seriously harmed by supplements. Wow. Well, if you're a parent, this is definitely something to consider worrying about. I'll give you guys this link over at Vaughn. We got it from Scissor Fight. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Yeah, if you're worried about your kids getting into wrestling, muscle building, football. Dave Fan says it took you 50 minutes to get in here. Look at that. We get this testimonial from people like Dave Fan all the time. Look at that. Took him 50 minutes to get into our show. That's how we know Mark is censoring us. And that is our Y99 room. It is frustrating. I appreciate you guys hitting the refresh button for 50 minutes. I'm really shocked that you have to go through this just to get into our show. But I've known this for many years now, and the only thing we can keep doing is keep doing what we're doing. We keep pushing on, and because we don't operate on a server that we pay for, we wouldn't be even able to do the show if we paid for a server. We don't have enough donations to justify that. But the model here is to use free servers, and you guys are bearing the brunt of this censorship that's been going on. I'll be back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Take care. No, Pet Shop, thank you. You have to be a U.S. citizen to donate. Trying to get back into Y99, but there's so much lag. It's over 20 minutes. Wow. That's pretty crazy. Okay. And then a couple people left the chat. Why? Oh, wait. I want to close out of the emoticons. There you go. Alright, I was just gonna maybe look at the news. I don't know. Border Patrol searches have increased on Greyhound and other buses far from the border. Border arrests skyrocket in May as officials have declared a full-blown emergency. Hello, Silent Man. Yes, 5G, misanthropy. Silicon chips. Well, that affects both AI and 5G, but yes. Thank you, Silent Man. Loves hugs to you too. No, Dave Fan? Give me a few names. NVIDIA, maybe? That's the only one I can think of off the top of my head. Maybe Tesla? No. I am feeling okay. It's been a weird day, but overwhelming day a little bit. But yes, I know you think so. I don't think so. Okay, I'm already there. Thanks, Misanthropy, for that bit of advice. I think I'm already there. Or at least I've gotten a little bit into that foray. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. I probably wouldn't go with, I did a couple stock recommendations somebody posted in the room, and I've sold all of those stocks since. For a loss! I think I was being trolled. Pretty much every one of those stocks since. You bought Uber at $36 a share? I think I bought Uber as well. I can't remember how much it was a share. I have not seen Chernobyl yet. I was looking, and instead of seeing Chernobyl, I saw the Mr. Rogers documentary, Would You Be My Neighbor, I think it's called. Sarah, watch this. This is a controlled avalanche. Does it take out the whole side of the place? They're all scrambling away. Oh my gosh. Yeah, seriously. That was a good one. Thank you, Super Saver Dave. Oh, should I see everybody? No, I haven't turned on Netflix tonight. I did that on Monday, but I haven't done it tonight. Man. Yeah, I agree with you about the Nerf guns. They are somewhat dangerous. Chernobyl was short and sweet. It didn't touch on some of the worst things. For now, I suppose we can be friends. Won't you be my neighbor? Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I saw that comment, Super Saver Dave. That was pretty funny. Why don't you trust me? I've just been trolled too many times before. That's why it's hard for me to trust people. I want to trust, but it's definitely difficult when I've been just heavily trolled. Calls for Trump's impeachment grow. Even GOP senators clash with Trump over the tariffs. Oh, and Trump administration is stopping cruises to Cuba. Dramatic escalation of travel restrictions. No, it wasn't a creepy show about Mr. Rogers. It was actually a really great show. Oh, he creeped you out. I liked Mr. Rogers. He's one of my heroes. I like his how he advocates for children, and yeah. Yeah, he really advocated for women. Oh, that would be good. 8 terabyte hard drive? Wow, that's pretty amazing. Wow. That's pretty amazing, Reptoid, thank you. Like Chris Packham and Michaela, whoever that is. Down to Earth folk. That don't trust all appearances aren't always what they seem. Yeah, exactly, Meta Nemesis. Alright. What do I think about the Democrats being investigated by Barr? I haven't heard about it, but yeah, I haven't heard enough about it to comment. I try to avoid the news, actually. I think you could download all the Mr. Rogers episodes. I mean, it's in the public domain. Okay. Oh, all of them are on archive.org. Nice. The White House tells Hicks and Donaldson not to turn over certain documents to the House Judiciary Committee. Wow. Really? Oh, I think you sent that to me before. 143 was his magic number. I wonder what IPOY is. Mr. Rogers weighed 143 pounds for his whole life. Wow, it does have all of it. 30 years, 30 seasons. Two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Really? Wow. Yeah, 1765. Wow. That's so cool. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm gonna bookmark this page for sure. Okay, done. Thank you for that. Yeah, I think I did that Better Link one. Yeah, I did that one. The member name. That's very cool. Probably 0 Cranky Beans. Joe Biden has declared LGBTQ rights his #1 legislative priority. Okay. I don't think very many do, Cranky. Maybe 0. Maybe they have other things to do, like help their children. Yes, I'm sure. Googling. Google away. Google.
The year is 1984.
Wow. Unmasked. Big media's war against Trump. I don't know. I didn't realize you waxed it. I'm not sure. What do you get, Cranky Beans? I've seen other things, but real? Wait, what do you mean real? I know David does wear a wig sometimes on Wednesdays, and it is Wednesday. Oh no, toupee all real. Sometimes it's real, usually it's real. But sometimes he wears a wig, and I'm like, why? He doesn't need to. How much did the FBI rely on a discredited Trump-Russia dossier? How was it discredited? How was it Democratic Party financed? That definitely is right. Do Democrats really want to see the unredacted special counsel report? Some do.
Okay,
Yeah, tonight, that's David's real hair.
Yeah, it's my real hair.
Wow, that's pretty high alcohol level. Yes, I did hear about that incident, Cranky Beans. Yes, I haven't done anything enough to get as a Google #1 hit or #1 item. No relation. The Supreme Court, oh, I should do this one. The Supreme Court just made it easier for police to arrest you for filming them. The First Amendment makes it unconstitutional for government officials to retaliate against you because you dislike your speech. At the same time, federal law gives you the right to sue state officials for compensation if they violate constitutional rights, such as your right to free speech. But on Tuesday, the Supreme Court invented a rule that will often allow police officers to arrest people in retaliation for disfavored speech without liability. By enabling police officers to target viewpoints they dislike with near impunity, the decision could be catastrophic for protesters and the press. The justices, meanwhile, didn't even try to ground their decision in the text or history of the statute they were interpreting. Instead, the court was surprisingly frank about its rationale. The justices simply don't want police officers to have to defend themselves in court against these types of allegations.
Thanks for feeding the cat.
Oh, you're welcome.
She seems very content. She seems like she had her big fill and she's ready for her purrs. Thanks so much for helping tonight. And not much in the news, really. I mean, more trade talk with Mexico coming up, all due to Trump's really reactionary style of office. Thanks, Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, somebody named Sarah Hart has a site. Yeah. Do no harm. I like that. That's cool. Very cool. Yeah, that's not Sarah's. There are a lot of Sarah Harts out there. I think the Democrats investigating Barr is the pot calling the kettle black. Yeah. Oh, Barr being investigated. Yeah, Barr is investigating the Democrats. That's pretty much the act of a guilty person. A good offense is basically his only defense. So he's attacking the Democrats with the intent that somehow that's going to defer them from attacking him, like quid pro quo. You're smoking weed on school nights, really? Wow. Well, it will affect your career. You won't have a very big career, just so you know. Yes, this is Wig Wednesday, but this is not a wig. This is my real hair. As you can see, I can pull every tendril up and yank on it. This is how my hair sits now on my head. I had a good conversation with my hair and said, you know, I'm still having an argument with this colic right up here, as you can see there. Like, calm down. Yeah. That's just to calm my hair down. Would you challenge that man, Rachel Maddow, in a cage fight to be president? Rachel Maddow is not a dude. Rachel Maddow is a woman. Yeah. I don't know where you guys are coming from, but, you know, your tranny dar is not working very well. You probably think that Michelle Obama is a woman, right? Yes. Hey, we've got some pretty serious footage of a spin-around situation of a woman, 74 years old. Nearly, well, what happened to her is very unusual. Let me play this for you. You will be shocked. She was being picked up from a rescue mission. The Phoenix Fire Department answered questions Tuesday after a video showing the morning rescue of an injured hiker spread across social media. Our Cliff Castle chopper recorded as firefighters loaded a 74-year-old woman into a basket in preparation for flying her off of Pistois Peak, or Pistois Peak. We do mountain rescues all the time, but this particular one gathered quite a bit of attention because during the rescue, she was packaged on a hoist in a Stokes basket and she started to spin. Assistant Fire Chief Shelley Jameson said. Well, yeah, and she spins. Let's take a look. I'm muting it for you. Yeah. So if you're a 74-year-old woman and you're spinning like this, how do you think you're gonna? That could damage to your brain. Yeah, I know. Vomit time. She made it. Yeah. The poor woman is like, she ought to go into a Guinness Book of World Spin Records. You had plumbing problems last night? Yeah. How did that work out? Yeah, apparently they could have. Iranian centrifuges can't even spin that fast. They can't mine uranium any slower. I know. Well, she may be a new person after this. I heard this on the radio news today. What was she rescued from? I think she was rescued from extensive spins because it was just, remote location kind of. She was stuck out there. And basically, the basket woman first swayed before starting to rotate. The rate of rotation accelerated as the crew in the helicopter brought the basket closer to the rotors. Yeah, so the only other instance of this in history has been Helio Girl. Her amazing ability to take off and spin has been noted throughout history. And it's more than just a rumor. Yeah. Up and away in my beautiful helicopter. Yeah, hey. Very dangerous. Even the helicopter rescues are dangerous. When I have the Blackhawks fly over my house, and they fly over regularly, it seems, I always wonder if they're going to crash, because the jets I know can touch wings and then collide and then crash, like the Blue Angels crashed a few years ago. And they were top guns, the best at their game. And they take those chances above my house. So if I vaporize someday, you'll know what happened. Yeah, poor Dave was just vaporized by crashing a plane, F-35 or something. But it flies over my house, and I'd never expected all these planes. It's because Patty Murray put this order through, Boeing. And I think she rigged it, because Boeing lost on all 6 points of every single bid and order the prior year. And then they won on all 6 points when she got her hands on it. And now we've got non-stop flights over a populated region of 50,000 people. No, the suit is not for sale. It's a Chaps, originally founded in 1978. Yeah, same year that Sarah was born, this jacket, the company was made. That's why I bought it. It's a collector's item. Thank you. It's also my traveling jacket whenever I go anyplace. Yeah, so if you see me on the road this summer, I'll be wearing this probably. It's my most durable outdoor jacket. Yeah, it looks dressy. This is not a wig. No, this is my real hair. I perfected my hair a while back. I've been using Wednesdays to kind of hone in on exactly the style that works for me. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I really worked hard on this one. It took me about 3 or 4 minutes. I don't have a barber. I haven't had a barber since 1983. I've been cutting my own hair since that time period. Saving over $8,000, mind you. The shampoo I'm using is Shea Moisturizer, and I highly recommend it. Yeah. I showed you the image a few minutes ago of the Shea Moisturizer. A wonderful story about this company. Yeah, the woman who created the company is Nigerian, and she fed her entire family. Pert Plus, now that takes me back to the 60s. That's the first shampoo ever made, Pert. Or was it Prel? I'm sorry, I take that back. Prel. Yeah, so Shea Moisture is their company. Her store is Her Story, Our Story. Let's take a look. Sophie Tucker started selling Shea nuts at the village market in Bonth, Sierra Leone in 1912. By age 19, the widowed mother of 4 was selling Shea butter, African black soap, and her homemade hair and skin preparations all over the countryside. Sophie Tucker was our grandmother, and Shea Moisture is her legacy. Oh my gosh! Isn't that sad? And there she is. Look at that woman. She saved her family with her formulas for hair. And I can't say she had a big head of hair, but man, she knows how to make formulas that work, I'll tell you. And you know, when you study the combination of ingredients like she did, you realize that anything's possible. Yeah, check out her story. I'm going to give you the link. I'm not promoting it, nor do I make any money. I'm just telling you what a good shampoo is, and I wish I could find more of it. I know Walgreens sells it. Whew. Yeah. What's the story for me? Uh-oh, Mr. Bill. Uh-oh, Mr. Bill. Yeah, so the migrant children that Donald Trump has displaced are going to be needing, they're losing school and sports and legal aid as the shelters swell in size due to Donald Trump's ineptitude and his ridiculous plan of zero tolerance. Prell took your dad's hair away? Wow. See, Prell was more like a detergent, I thought. The early days of Prell were pretty outrageous. You know, Coast has a good smell. I'm an Ivory guy. I've always liked Ivory for some reason. It just brings me back to the days at summer camp, you know. Irish Spring, that's got a scent to it, but I'm not into the scented soaps. I like less scent. Coast has a nice scent, though. Oh, really? Biden got caught again holding the shoulders of a girl saying, "I bet you're as smart as you are pretty." Well, ivory you can put in the water, and I used to do this as a kid, and make a little boat out of it because it propels. You can put a piece of ivory in the back of a car, and it'll propel the boat through the water as it dissolves. It's pretty cool. But it's the origin of soaps actually date back to the animal industry and using the waste product of animal fat. And it was quite revolutionary, actually. Dial soap used a portion of oil in the oil industry, I believe. Dial started using a kind of an oil base, petroleum base, but for years it's always been the animal fat that created the soaps. But I've always liked Ivory over Dove or Dial. And I know some people get reactions from Dove. It has a skin reaction issue with some people that are allergic to it. But now that we could talk about soaps, let's go on to something more wasteful. So, you know, Trump said he's going to restrict and cancel the education and legal aid and playground recreation for migrant children housed in government shelters as a result of financial constraints created by the crisis at the border. This guy's mismanaging 13,200 migrant children, including adolescents who cross the border alone and young children who are separated from their parents and are currently housed in more than 100 shelters across the country. They receive English instruction as well as math, civics, and other classes when they just want to play in a playground. How sad is that? Yeah. Stephen Miller has been a real problem. Everything about him points to Nazi, Ashkenazi. Something's wrong with Stephen Miller. And anyone with the last name Miller, you've got to assume they're Ashkenazis because most people acquired the name Miller when they came over here. They were Lebinovitz or something when they were first immigrant families. Miller was considered a drop name, like Brown and Smith. It was one of the drop names they gave people. I think he's an Ashkenazi. I really do. There's something wrong with the guy. I don't understand why his policies are so draconian and have no forethought. He looks to me like a relative dullard, like he doesn't have a lot going on in his eyes. I mean, just look at his eyes. It's like he's, hello, anybody in there? Earth to Stephen Miller. Do you have any humanity in your eyes at all? No, dude. He's completely without any empathy whatsoever. Look at that. Tomorrow is D-Day. That's correct. My beautiful cat Fluffy's been a big part of our program show tonight. She's got her scroll of David and her Elvis Presley impersonators. Very cool. Thank you. Put David on your ballet. That's right. Your ballet form for president. That's right. You can write my name in. How am I mean? Exactly. You know, what did I say that was so mean? Madam C.J. Wako, successful businesswoman, first African American. Successful businesswoman, story, biography. That looks pretty good. That would be good for Wasteful Wednesday. We do all kinds of things on Wasteful Wednesday that we normally would not.
When Madam Walker started her company in 1906, there were very few women who were in business. She and Helena Rubinstein and Elizabeth Arden were...
We will get to that tonight, yeah. We'll kind of celebrate in women and their success stories. You know, I've noticed that Sarah is very success-oriented, and I think that's great. Everybody needs to realize that women have a huge drive right now in our culture. There are probably more women doing work and making more money than men at this time in our society. And that's just the way things work out. You know, there's something about what their directive and their initiative is that's kind of led them to a place that they feel stable, and I'm glad they are. That woman made money in the Depression, so did my mother and my grandmother. Yeah, my grandmother was, as women go in the Depression, she was well known. Originally, my grandmother was an international star in the 1920s. And she was world renowned as the #1 pool player in the world. She was the amateur billiards champion for 1922. And that was men and women. And she toured all around the world, my grandmother did. And she invested some of her money and managed to parlay her money during the Depression, which was amazing. You know, your weight can vary, yeah. I've gained weight and lost weight over my life. I've probably gained and lost a couple thousand pounds. Sure. No, my parents passed away about 20 years ago. Tragic period of time. That's kind of when I went and met Sarah during that time period prior, and she had a chance to meet my parents for a couple years, but that was about it. Major provocation. China and the U.S. prepares to sell $2 billion to Taiwan in weapons. So not only has Trump pissed China off with the arrest of Meng of Huawei, but now he's doubling down on this, and he's going to provoke them again by preparing to sell $2 billion in weapons to Taiwan. Well, I can tell you one thing. Trump certainly knows how to stimulate our economy by selling weapons. Yeah, I mean, I will hand it to him that his constant need to sell weapons is catering to our economy, which helps bolster our bottom line. As much as I don't want to rely on military sales to make a bulk of our assets to keep our economy stable, it is a reality that our economy would not even exist without our weapons machine and the industry surrounding it. So with the trade war between the U.S. and China seemingly escalating every single day, the U.S. has decided to provoke the not-so-sleeping dragon, and according to Reuters, is pursuing the sale of more than $2 billion worth of tanks and weapons to Taiwan in a move that is sure to infuriate China further. Well, I must tell you, China and Trump are not getting along. They're not bosom buddies. But when you think about it, Trump owes China quite a bit in a personal note financially. He shares debt of up to $600 million with another person. And it's very likely that he's probably going to be dealing with... oh, that's right. If Donald Trump could segregate us completely from China, he might be able to write off his debt of $600 million. What a concept. Do you think that's what he's thinking? Back to Vaughn Live, still the best, just saying. Yes, I agree. True Blue took off. And we're having a lot of problems with that Y99 chat. I'm not going to worry about it, though. Thank you, though. Bernie Sanders, the communist, says Soviet Union and VZ don't count as examples of failed socialism. Oh, yeah, I know. Bernie's lost in his own world of leftist thinking. You know, like so many academic fools, they sided with the Marxist ideology, thinking that that was an advanced form of economics.
To read the latest polls within the Democratic Party and the 20-some-odd people who are now running for president, Joe Biden is running away with it. But, you know, when it comes to who has the best chance of finishing the nominee of the party, Professor Cornel West is a big fan of Bernie Sanders. He was when he was running against Hillary Clinton. He is all the more now that he is running against Joe and all those others. And he says, when all is said and done, it will be Bernie, as it should be. Take a look.
There's a number of socialist experiments that have failed, and there's a number of capitalist experiments that have failed. There's a number of capitalist experiments in the United States that has failed. Healthcare is a sick market. We've got some healthy markets, we keep them. That's a sick market. You need public intervention. The history of slavery, the history of...
I can't spend 4 minutes with Neil Cavuto and this raging Marxist, but thank you, and I'll play it later tonight in the show. Yeah, that's something else. So during the show, I sometimes sort through some links, and I'll bring up some things that have popped up before, just for the heck of it. Uh-oh, Mr. Bill. But this story is kind of odd because Pelosi's telling the Democrats she wants to see Trump in prison, but openly she's saying she doesn't think an impeachment is going to help their party. And I would argue that not only is an impeachment the only way their party's going to be able to win another election, but it's the only way to bring out the truth about Donald Trump as we move toward 2020. I mean, it's foolish not to pursue impeachment because think of all the dirt it's going to pull up, aside from what we already have. So she's really out to lunch. I say jump on board the impeachment plan, let the younger people in the Democratic Party move forward. Warren seems to be worn out. I mean, everything about her seems like fraud. And even her claims that she wants to write off student debt is absurd. Why would our country absorb $1.3 trillion in debt that people acquired? How would that make any of your lives better when you're working in some low-end job because you couldn't afford debt to go to school? And then somebody's working in some professional career making $85,000 a year and they get their student loan written off? I mean, hello. What kind of a world does she live in? Well, she's a woman who cheated by claiming she was Cherokee Indian on her affirmative action documents. She should be in jail, Warren. She should be 5 years in jail for perjury on that document. Well, if she said only that because of family stories, not to get access to great education, then she is not only deceptive, but she's a fool too. And how can a fool be a professor at Harvard? Everyone knew that that was the way to get a good low-cost education. She's lying through her teeth. She cheated. She's a fraud. And I support the idea of a centrist movement because I don't want to fall into the category of catering to the LGBTQ community. I don't want to force gun control on the American people on an annual basis. I don't want to let false flags continue to lie to the American people without any controversy or any questions by the American people. I want to see a media verification alliance that can stop any of the lies that we've been seeing on our TV daily. And we have yet to see anything as powerful as something like that. A media verification alliance that could be the very backbone of journalistic integrity. Now that's something we're really remiss in having right now. Right, a third party took over the lines, right? There you go. Well, the word third party I can't really own. Well, we have at third party on Twitter, but there is no way of trademarking the word third party. Absolutely no way at all. Because it's used commonly in legal terms. It's describing a third party. Like in the case of the two parties we have, the Democrats, Republicans, if I were in the center, which I am, I could be an arbiter between the left and the right. And that would be a big part of what a third party does legally, too. Really? Okay. I didn't know XSplit had a tier, a $1 tier. I'll check it out. Thanks. So it creates a green screen wherever I am. Well, that's okay. Yeah, I'll look at it though. Yeah, I'm a centrist, and I don't want to force people to think that they're leftist and jump all on board with extreme communist socialist thinking. I actually welcome anybody who doesn't want to jump on board that extreme socialist communist bandwagon that the Democrats are on right now. I have ideas that have been perceived as socialist, I'll admit that, like our concept of hybrid capitalism. But we're pretty tethered to the capitalist system, and we don't want to leave it and let the government take over, because we know the government can completely screw up. The problem is the government doesn't know how to downsize. So one of the things I want to do is begin to downsize the bureaucracy. So we have a plan, a variety of plans, like the pay-as-you-go plan. We've got a whole bunch of things that will actually keep the economy in check. Right. I call it the economic brake pad and pay-as-you-go plan. And we could actually stop the payouts to the big, huge bureaucratic agencies and departments that are under America's control. I'm viewed around the world on UHF by millions of viewers. Our show is only accessible to a small group of people who can get into our chat rooms because of the censorship. Our show was originally rebroadcast over the past 5 years across the globe, and it now reaches a market that's beyond belief. We have a larger penetration than CNN and Fox put together. The problem is most of the people watching are poor, like ourselves. That's a good thing. We could all hang out and be poor together. But in the eyes of the world, even the poorest people in America are rich. And that's something we all have to be humble and realize. Not everyone can afford an internet connection. Most people in the world cannot. So they put rabbit ears on a TV and they get free information through UHF.
Last week,
So if 5 takeaways from the FDA's hearing on CBD, somebody actually listened to it, cool. Thanks for that link. Why the FDA is acting deaf, dumb, and blind about CBD oil. That's interesting. Thanks, Scissorfight. Yes, and iVlog started restricting our numbers about 4 weeks ago. I spotted it. I called them out on it too, and I talked to their people, but they continually claim that they changed their guest chat policy because of trolls. It's really the numbers of people that are seeing our show that are just flooding from all different angles, and they're censoring us now, and I believe they're getting paid to do it. I believe that Mark made them an offer. Just, how can people turn down a lot of money, right? That's what a lot of people say. I would turn it down because I believe in ethics and I have integrity. The Republicans are joining the Democrats to kill Rand Paul's fiscally responsible pennies plan. Well, see, there you have it. Rand Paul is a guy I actually like. As a Tea Party player, he's certainly standing solo out there in the Senate and holding his ground, and I really respect that of Rand Paul. Having a near-death experience when that guy attacked him and broke, 7 of his ribs, nearly killed him, I can understand his perspective, and I agree with him on fiscal responsibility. I see eye to eye with him. I would see him as my Secretary of Commerce. Absolutely. He had a reasonable effort to rein in the deficit with the pennies plan, which would cut 2% from on-budget spending per year for the next 5 years. And it would expressly protect Social Security, including instructions to make the individual income tax reforms passed by Trump permanent. I want to see no income tax for people and have it come out of your withholding tax. I honestly don't understand why people are having to do this every April 15th. It's stressful. It's bad enough you people are working your ass off. Your employer is already extracting that money and it's ready to, go into the Treasury. It already is extracted and it's sent to the Treasury. So why are you even filling these forms out unless you're making lots of money on investments? It's ridiculous. I myself retired about 10 years ago and I don't make money on investments. Not enough to qualify. you're going to be in trouble if you made money. If you've got W-2s and 1099s out there and you have not filed, you're in trouble. But if you haven't made any money, you're not in trouble. They can't tax what you don't make. Right. The United States has 3.5 more registered voters than living adult citizens. 3.5 million more registered voters than living adult citizens. I find that amazing, considering 45% of the country doesn't even register. That does not make sense. I'd have to see that stat up close and personal. The Central Banker's Guide, market down and controlled decline in order to avoid an uncontrolled crash. It's perfectly safe because they know what they're doing. Okay. The central bankers guide the market down and control decline in order to avoid an uncontrolled crash. Okay. I guess they've got it all worked out. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. See, they've got it all worked out, everybody. Everything's fine. It's slowly, avalanches coming down. It's no big deal. Yeah. We can trust our economists to predict what's going to happen. And oh no, we better get out of here. Uh-oh. Holy moly, that's one a powerful video. Thank you. Thomas, isn't that an avalanche? Yes, but it's controlled. Look at that power. Is it safe? Sure, they know what they're doing. Daddy! Doesn't look controlled to me, Daddy. It's okay, Harry. Daddy! Wow. That's one of those things you just don't want to see more than once or twice. It's like life-changing. You felt like you were there, didn't you? Wow, that was intense. Wow, Daddy! He ran inside, left his kids, and the mother had to take care of it. So we've had people come into our country a few times and try to change things from a centrist perspective. There was one third-party candidate that really was successful, and unfortunately none of us got a chance to hear him. His name was Abraham Lincoln. There he was. Abraham Lincoln. My fellow Americans, I'm back again, and I'm here to kick some serious ass. But no, I really believe that had we not had the third-party candidate, Abraham Lincoln, we wouldn't even be sitting here talking. We'd be shooting each other and trying to, stop the North or the South. So we were really, really fortunate to have him, even though Mad Dog hates him. Well, Lincoln was in favor of slavery, and then he changed his position. John Lennon beat up women, and then he became a peace activist. So, I mean, people can change, okay? Rand Paul's ripping the deep state. Good. It's about time somebody spoke up. I don't have that article. It didn't quite make it in. Well, I think Abraham Lincoln was a good president insofar as he held the country together. He knitted the nation together, and it worked pretty well up until when he got his head blown off. It was at that time, and by the way, he was 56 years old. I'm 3 years older than he is, or was. So, yeah, that was him at 56 right before he died. He's had a pretty rough life. Anyway, his effort to hold the country together really involved keeping an eye on the end game, which was Reconstruction period. And he established a pretty effective Reconstruction plan, which was not implemented at all. Right. Johnson, his successor, was unable to do anything that he had planned. So yep. Andrew Johnson was essentially useless. And what happened was the inner cities of our cities became overburdened with squalor, and industry took over and created bad environments that ultimately led to ghettos, which have led to our current city problems like Chicago has. And with ghettos come, serious drugs and lots of different gang wars and turf wars. A guy from inner city Chicago right now is extremely skilled at manipulating the situation to survive. You got a headache? Okay, lay down and put a cold washcloth on your forehead. That'll help. But most of us are not, we wouldn't survive in Chicago. Most of us white bread honkies would not survive in Chicago, man. You'd be dust, man. Yes, maybe that'll help. But the reality is, it's a tough life, and we are where we are. Now we have to start dealing with opportunity, and I believe legalization of marijuana will help the gang violence in cities like Chicago. I seriously believe that. There's some real medicinal aspects of legalization that we cannot ignore. 0 people have died of an overdose, yet more people have died of alcohol, tobacco-related deaths, and pill-related than anyone could even imagine. But nobody's ever overdosed on marijuana. And there are cases of these dabs that they're creating, really concentrated marijuana, being a potential hazard. I would agree with that, but for the most part, it's a pretty benign drug, or herb, shall you say. And I think that if the gangs could have territorial areas assigned to selling legal marijuana, they'll be like businessmen, and they'll be a little bit more upscale. And a lot of the older gang members are going to say, yeah, I definitely want to control this area of town. And they will be assigned that district for marijuana sales. What they do outside of marijuana, everything will be videotaped at all of the legal marijuana stations that they sell. Now, Illinois has not fully legalized yet. And let me see. They're one of those states that are holding out. Let's take a look. Marijuana legalization leader. Illinois just made New York and New Jersey look like dorks. Really? So let's see what's going on there. Dork. They became the unofficial 11th state in the nation to legalize marijuana for recreational use. But more important than that, it bent legal weed hopefuls New York and New Jersey over its knee. So now Illinois is okay with legalized. See, we've already seen it happen. Great. Well, that's pretty good. Okay. So now legalization in Illinois is happening, and they're moving forward. So this may help remedy the problem with gang violence in areas like Chicago. I really think it could. And we also know that legal marijuana lowers the use of opioids and overdoses. Yeah. Hey, this isn't a Trump wig, man. This is my real hair. I'm cultivating an image of almost cyborg, almost like a cyborg, where people don't really know if I'm human or not. That's why I perfected the hair. It was essential. Dave, why do rich celebrities who are rich because of capitalism so into socialism? Because they think it's the feel-good white guilt thing to do. Socialism is a way that capitalist people who are rich would end up getting fleeced daily. I live in an area where mostly burn tards here, Bernie Sanders supporters, and they're very socialistic in nature, and it only starts to affect them when they realize their taxes just doubled. And in my area, it literally doubled in taxes in 2 years. So some people are starting to put the brakes on their big joy to the socialist mentality. because it's hurting all of us financially in the area. This mentality of just catering to expenditures and more money down the drain, more contracted orders. We're losing it. My beautiful cat Fluffy's got a veritable movie going on there. That's pretty amazing. No, I don't believe in mustaches. They bother me. Well, I hope, because, you know, what's really unfortunate, last weekend was one of the worst weekends of violence. 50 people shot, 10 dead. And Mayor Lightfoot is a little light in the head, if you ask me. She wants it to be an open sanctuary city and to bring them all in. An unlimited amount of illegals can be sent into Chicago, according to her. She seems like a little light in the loafer when you think about it. Lightfoot, yeah, I think you're a light in the loafer kind of person. Just all over the place. I mean, how the hell does she even imagine fixing this problem? She has no plan. It's pathetic. But she's this raging socialist lesbian who thinks that, oh, we can do this, we can help. Oh. Meanwhile, people still defecate in the streets, just like in LA and San Francisco, and the socialists don't do a damn thing. One of the most commonly eaten foods, which one is the most superior to you? French fries, pizza, tacos, ice cream, burgers, waffles, hot dogs, donuts. Most people say pizza. Yeah, that's pretty good. Superior to you. That's why people have been gaining a lot of weight on pizza. That's got the GMO wheat in it. Makes you, it's like a high you get. You get like a heroin high when you eat a big pizza. It's like, oh, yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm just going to sit and watch and push the remote for about 2 hours and burp. Meanwhile, you get heavier and heavier. They say people with wheat belly, which is most of us, who are addicted to a genetically modified wheat, end up eating 600 calories a day more than we should. Got to cut back. And I also urge you to get organic, non-GMO wheat. That's what I do. I eat bread only like a slice a day at the most. I'll eat no more than one slice of whole grain or 12 grain bread that's organic, non-GMO. Okay, we haven't had any music in the show, so I'm going to play a little song dedicated to the sameness of our show. Which, since it's been so similar every single show, why do you keep doing this, man? I created a song dedicating myself to doing the same thing over and over again, and here it is.
Here we go again. Here we go again.
Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before, and as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before, and as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. Woo, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Missed it by that much. That was my dedicated song to doing the same thing over and over again for 10 years. Okay, any other questions? We'll take it to the streets in about 30 minutes. YouTube's been banning everybody on the internet. Anybody who's not a suck up, who doesn't, make sure that they say the right things, gets kicked off. And it happened to a guy today of huge status. Steve Crowder is now a little less money's coming in. He's an AdSense inheritor. He gets a lot of money from AdSense. And it's pretty bad that he's been taken down, but still, they're letting him stay up. Trying to find the article. Well, make no mistake about it. no, that's not the story. Yeah, Steve Crowder is a little bit pissed off, I guess, but he doesn't seem to be affected. His show still goes on, and he was making statements about a homosexual person out there at Vox that were it's very homophobic what he was saying, but they kept him on, but they kicked our show off. We still have a regular show, of course, but they kicked off one of our recorded broadcasts. So I did repost it at 153news.net. Here it is. And it's getting a lot of hits, a lot of traffic coming in. Up to 87 views now in 10 hours. But it's called ATP Infamous Banned Video May 2017. And it's a 3.5-hour video. My show was just rock solid. We went after some big things like the Manchester bombing. Talked about that. And apparently YouTube did not like it, so they took the whole thing and threw it in the garbage. So it's up and running over at 153news.net. If you want to check it out, you can. We'll be using 153news.net as a backup as YouTube bans our show, maintaining the strength of our position and also the fact that those guys are really fighting a real good fight against censorship. No, it's not the same. No, you can come back under different names, and I don't ban you at all, whereas YouTube pulls people's videos down. Well, the tagging, I stopped tagging the videos back when I saw the censorship 9 years ago, Misanthropy. We stopped tagging because that's one of the ways they were using to find any videos they could that would be kickable. We averted a huge attack on our show that time. And we did have a lock on our subscription numbers. I have not had one new subscriber in 9 years. So not one. Again, I am a champion of free speech, but I can't take on ludicrous thinking. Just like we can't sit here and have a mental patient on the scream on the corner that, he's God and he wants to, elevate to the heavens and join Hale Bopp. As much as many of you want to, join Hale Bopp, I believe the last trip just took off and they're not coming back. So if I entertain the idea of holocaust or the idea of a flat earth, I'd be the equivalent of Mr. Applewhite professing to have a planet go jump on, and this show would become a farce. I'm looking for people who are aware of the Zionist takeover of our country, not trying to join me in Hale Bopp, because clearly there's a place for everyone. Hello, parishioners. Welcome to the show. I know many of you have thought about going to the Hale Bopp, but I don't want to turn the show into the Flat Earth Holocaust show. Yeah. And it's absurd. That's not my favorite. That's Marshall Applewhite. Good guess, though. That's the Heaven's Gate group. Yeah, that's not the guy from My Favorite Martian. I also look like him. Big difference, though. Yes. My original prototype was developed at the Lawrence Livermore Lab. Yeah, Ray, how you doing, buddy? But I mean, you can see that everything he said, it fits my face. Every single word he said, and I mean, just a direct match. I even drive a car that looks like his car in the garage. You definitely look like him. Yeah, he was a great guy. Ray Walston. Whatever happened to Fay Ray? He was much shorter than me, though. Yeah, I'm 6'4". All right, so we've got that going for us. We know that farmers can legally grow hemp in Arizona now. Illinois now has legalization. We're making progress, folks. Jeff Sessions, at least he left the position of, at least we got him out of there. I don't think, seriously, that William Barr is going to go for legalization, though. considering he's more than willing to rig every single vote against obstruction. Hey, the Supreme Court just made it easier for police to arrest you for filming them. Wow. I would say 12 ounces. Marshall Applewhite, yes. Wow. We have a screen grab from Ray Walston's tribute, and we do have a match. Ladies and gentlemen, My Favorite Martian has returned. I just needed my own venue. I could redo the show. They just need to give me a role as My Favorite Martian and Bill Bixby character to live with, and not seem like we're both gay, because I'm not gay. Yeah, Ray Walston and Bill Bixby were not gay, and they lived together. This basic guy had a renter who was a Martian. Yeah, it wasn't like The Odd Couple where they were obviously gay. Okay, the First Amendment makes it unconstitutional for government officials to retaliate against you because they dislike your speech. At the same time, federal law gives you the right to sue state officials for compensation if they violate constitutional rights, such as your right to free speech. But on Tuesday, the Supreme Court invented a rule that will allow police officers to arrest people in retaliation for disfavored speech without liability. By enabling police officers to target viewpoints they dislike with near impunity, the decision could be catastrophic for protesters and the press. The justices, meanwhile, didn't even try to ground their decision in text or history of the statute they were interpreting. Instead, the court was surprisingly frank about its rationale. The justices simply don't want police officers to have to defend themselves in court against these types of allegations. This could include filming a cop. Wow. I don't want to delve too deep into this, other than it's just slip sliding away. Our rights are slip sliding away. We used to have freedom and rights, but they're still slip sliding away. That's a Paul Simon reboot. Okie dokie. And we've got Neil Cavuto and a raging Marxist to look at in a few minutes. I can't wait. They always put these raging Marxists on Fox with Neil Cavuto because he just loves to take these liberals on. But he's kind of a liberal himself. If you speak about illegal immigrants, you'll get labeled a racist and you'll be arrested. Yeah. I'm kidding, but yeah, it could happen. We have Larry on tap. Ladies and gentlemen, Larry Sinclair.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you for your testimony. Check this out.
Hey, Dickweed, I'm behind you.
You're not going to believe, we've always seen the VR world, virtual reality world is real. And here's a YouTube video that has it hooked up to it. Trailer Park Boys have produced this 3D world where you can look into the camera and see what he sees. And this is, there he is. Hey, man.
Check it out. You're in Sunnyvale Trailer Park in VR 360. Right here. This is the park. You can see everything. Ricky, come here. You got to check this out. That's my best friend, Ricky. Ricky, come here.
Fuck off. I'm hungover, man.
No, you got...
Oh, well, we'll have to stop there. Yeah, I don't really think that YouTube is going to allow the F word on our show. I may have to strike that from the record. Is that considered hate speech, what they just did there? No, this is not a projection. You are Melco, and we know that. Nice. Okay, I don't consider the F word hate speech, but I'll look at this later when I'm legally able to. Within the 23-second Digital Millennium Copyright Act requirements. Yeah, eventually we'll only be able to sit here in strapped-on bondage with a dominatrix standing next to us, telling us what to say and do. Yeah, that'll be the future of television. I'm sure people will have like their head in like a vice grip, and it'll be secured by the military. And I know, isn't it great to have hair like this? I know. I couldn't believe it today when I had this hairgasm. Yes, asking a cop anything could be probable cause. Becomes hate speech, for which he'll arrest you. Yes. They're making it so cops aren't even accountable, and our Supreme Court has been complicit in this for yet some years. We've got an alleged rapist / drunk in the form of Brett Kavanaugh, a guy who claimed he had a pubic hair on an RC Cola, Clarence Thomas, called himself Long Dong Silver to his assistant and asked her if he'd like to watch bestiality porn with her. That's the Clarence Thomas we know, who's going to be fighting for right to life, by the way, and will be affecting women's decisions to have a baby or not have a baby. Oh yeah, that's Clarence Thomas, and he's come out strong pro-life recently. I'm kidding, Plato. It's you're not Melko, but there's a guy named Melko who's been stalking us. I only drink beer on occasion. I told you that. And that's Melko Smithwick's. He claims just because I've had 1 or 2 beers means that I'm somehow a beer drinker. He doesn't understand the difference between on and off. I don't want to ban him. I'm going to give him a shot. With a name like Clayto, how could I not? So this is a pretty intense story. I'll let you guys read it at slate.com. All about their rights to not videotape police officers in your presence. There's no reason to tell a cop that you have a video of them after they, are encountering you. They're not going to change their position. If anything, they'll get more aggressive. Your best shot is to use the video, which is your right to videotape the front of your car as evidence in the case when it goes to court many months later, if it goes to court. Yeah, I had a beer helping my dad with some yard work maybe two times, and it was one of the best tastes of beer I've ever had. When you're working up a sweat, a beer really tastes good. But when you're just sitting there getting the beer belly and you're slopping it up with a bunch of sexually frustrated manlets that think that their hair is under their arms is growing on their face, then you know that you've reached that point where you could become an alkie. You were Jason Bourne, really? I did not know that. Okay, Clayto, thank you. Well, if you want to drink, by all means drink, but try to stay away from the hard stuff, because that'll destroy your life. I've seen a lot of people in my life become alcoholics. In fact, practically everybody I used to know is an alcoholic right now. It's weird. They're all mostly drinking beer or wine. The ones that I knew that had hard liquor addictions are all dead. So I know a few people that have been drinking for 40 years, but they drink one particular thing every day. Whatever your preference, but the bottom line is if you mix it and go beer to wine, back to beer, it does create kind of a weird metabolic change in your body. I wouldn't recommend doing that. I do all my own repairs. I am able to correct my primary CPU and operating system. Most of my basic dynamics are located in one central location, so I can use my appendages to operate any type of repair on my personal being. Well, I repaired a water pump recently. Yep. And I'm troubleshooting a solar system right now. I believe the battery may not have enough strength in it to hold enough power, so I may have to put another solar panel on it. Things like that. I'm fun. It's fun to do that. I work with my hands. I would consider, right now, I think that Donald Trump should theoretically run.
Here we go again.
I think he should run with a vice president that would be good for him. You know, I don't think Pence is really right for him. Yeah, I think he should consider other options. I don't think Pence is liberal enough to grab the liberal votes he'll need to beat whoever he's up against. So I would recommend he choose me. But if he wants to choose somebody else, maybe, you know, you might want to try somebody else. Yeah, Putin is not able to run. He's not a U.S. citizen. I know Trump might want to choose Putin, but right now he's working on diversion so that somehow all of us will forget that he has huge relations with Russia. Yeah, he's coming up with things like an Iran war, Venezuela, North Korea, Chinese trade war. I think we're missing one, though. He just added one to his diversion list. Hold, please. One moment, please. We're now going to add a Mexican trade war as well, which will piss off everybody living in Michigan, because Michigan imports a lot of Mexican parts into the auto industry. So Trump will automatically lose Michigan if he has a trade war with Mexico. So right now, Trump is right on the edge of losing his whatever gains he's made by claiming he's helping the economy. Almost everybody here is drinking beer or something during our show, except for you and I, Misanthropy. We just run on glucose in our brains. No, does not. In fact, your extremist mentality, Belko, has created almost legendary stupidity in our show. And don't laugh at him, okay? Because we know you share the same IP address. You're probably butt buddies. I'm going to mute you. Yeah. We think that Xenu is working with Melko. They're like a tag team. They come from the same IP address, according to somebody I know. I don't track your IP address. I don't want to see them in the show. They bother me. Legbolt says, Dave, when my stepfather started hitting my mom, almost hit me till black eye and nosebleed. Well, dude, you're in a really bad situation. Yeah. You may have to call the authorities. Bummer. Yeah. Hang in there, buddy. It doesn't last forever. When stepfathers are like that, they usually end up getting pissed off and leaving. But stay out of their way. Poor guy.
That major outrage this morning after a behavioral therapist was shot by an officer after he held his hands in the air, lying on the ground, his patient with autism sitting right nearby. ABC's Gio Benitez has more on this story. Good morning to you, Gio.
Amy, good morning to you. That new video taking social media by storm overnight. The unarmed black behavioral therapist shot by police on the streets of Miami. And police say it all started when they got a call about a man threatening suicide. Watch, just moments before the shooting, you can see 47-year-old Charles Kinsey, his hands raised in the air. The video released overnight by his lawyer. Kinsey in the yellow shirt works at an assisted living facility. And the man at his feet is a 23-year-old with autism who ran away from the group home. Listen as Kinsey talks to police. Kinsey even tries to calm the young man with autism. At some point, one of the officers shoots Kinsey, but he survives and speaks with Fox station WSVN from his hospital bed, recounting what he told that officer.
And I'm telling him again, sir, there's no need for a firearm. I'm unarmed. He's an autistic guy. He had a toy truck in his hand. When he hit me, I'm like, I still got my hands in the air. I said, no, I just got shot. And I'm standing there, so I was like, sir, why did you shoot me? And his words to me, he said, I don't know.
Video of the actual shooting hasn't been released, but
Well, I've seen enough. I tend to believe that guy over a lot of the BS I see of people being shot in mass shootings and somehow walking around, no problem. I seriously, but I'd like to see more proof. You're right. He was there to help. Police should have been thankful. Yeah, they should have said, "Hey, could you be my mental behavior therapist?" Because apparently the police have some serious mental problems. You know, one of the things I'm going to request when I impose mandatory sensitivity training on all police officers in the United States, if you want to collect a federal dollar. I will in a second. Then there's more than enough evidence in my mind that sensitivity training should include a personality exam. And they give personality exams to people all the time who are trying in for jobs, even public school officials. Why don't we give them to cops? Because we could really vet these guys and find out if they are potentially violent simply by doing a personality exam. They show it almost immediately. So I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to do that. We'll be able to fire these people from the farce. Yeah, we saw that video last night. It was a guy who was beaten up, worse than Rodney King.
Warning.
He came into the police force, or he was in Pennsylvania, basically, and pulled over by cops. This young man was, they cornered his car, they trapped him so he couldn't even get out of his car. This is all on Pennsylvania State Police tape. And the young man was then beaten up so bad that his face was like that. That's the young man's face, beaten up in jail. And it got even worse from there, and they charged him with battery, assault and battery against a cop when the cop hit him in the head with his fist and ended up fracturing his fist. This is not a make-believe story. This really did happen. Yeah. The cop fractured the guy's fist. I mean, the guy fractured the cop's fist. Thank you. And the cop charged him with assault. And it was basically the cop hit him in the head with his fist. Okay, we don't have any real information right now on what you're bringing up.
Mr. Leahy, for your expert testimony and for providing this very illuminating...
He's pissing me off.
He can't even speak.
We have the Trailer Park Boys at court. We did that last night. That was pretty good. Ricky in Court, it's called. Do you think they're going to be a helter-skelter, Jason? No. No, remember, all of the ideas of race war and all the hatred that you may feel for the left or the right, that's all make-believe. The media has been hyping that. That's why CNN is so far to the left and Fox is so far to the right. Yes, unemployed office, yes, we will find people to understand the nature of disabilities. That'll be part of the sensitivity training course. We also want to make sure that these kids, or rather these police officers, are trained in family counseling as well. I plan on using the police with domestic violence cases and family counseling so that we can merge the costs of CPS down and get police to actually integrate more as social workers. So even though they're not trained to be social workers, we're going to make them more family sensitive. Yeah, I don't know about that, but Trump is definitely onto something. Yeah, I don't really think you deserve to be here, Milko. I don't understand why you keep coming back. Okay, the unarmed man with his hands up, we'll put that in the YouTube lineup tonight. Thanks. And then there's the butthurt ones that just don't like to get kicked. Sure, I don't want to do a public service announcement telling people to think clearly and make logical choices. That's an implied feeling that I think everyone should have. Your choice to not be with women because you feel that they're dishonest and they're going to take all your money is probably a paranoid delusion which you are clinging to. I can't help you with that paranoid delusion. If you don't go have some fun with women now and then, you'll never even find anyone. I feel sorry for you, man. I don't know, you and Dave Fan Zenu and Frank Taylor and Kiefer Boy are all pulling a circle jerk here tonight. We don't need to talk about that. Well, there are some trannies that have been killed recently. A string of trannies. It looks like a serial tranny murder spree going on. I heard about that. It's a backlash from the liberal mentality that's being forced upon us in the media, and there's a lot of tranny hate out there. Over-aggressive police officers heighten the division and tension in America, and they play right into George Soros' hands. Exactly. Police brutality divides the country, and that's what they're all about. Good point. Everywhere you turn, you see how they're dividing us, left versus right, black versus white. It's ridiculous. Men versus women. That's their game plan. We just have to get ahead of the Illuminati game plan.
What is going on my new current...
California employment bill will make drivers employees, according to an Uber Lyft California driver. 1 hour and 19 minutes video. That sounds like a great waste of time. Thank you. We have 4 hours to fill, so that really works. All right, Master Meatball, thank you. Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals: divide, milk money off of illegal aliens and get votes from illegal aliens. Wow, we have a picture of Melko? Really? I believe you. Yeah, thank you. We saw him here too. We don't allow, anyway, there's no talk about kids here. Yeah, we don't talk about children, except to reveal the secrets of Pizzagate and Pedogate, which you can't talk about in any other venue now because the elitists control that. They don't want anyone to talk about pedophiles because they themselves are pedophiles. So you name it, eeny, meeny, miny, war, whatever you choose, Donald Trump can pick any of these things to divert our attention from the real connection he has with Russia. So he's got all that at his disposal at any time. So it's kind of scary to have a president with this foolish mentality where he can constantly blame the world for his own mistakes of hanging out with Russia and getting them to rig the election in his favor. That's illegal, Donald. Donald, are you listening? You can't steal my ideas either, Donald. That's illegal as well. And you've been doing too much of that. Well, I don't think the greatest knowledge of all and Damon Barry really applies to the show, but thank you. This isn't a religious show, dude, and we're not a self-help group. Thanks. Okay, I think we've got everything under control now. Yeah, so more updating with chat function and easier, smoother in locating chat rooms would be better. Yeah, that's what some person, the True Blue said that would be better. Well, lucky for us, we're probably going to open up our new Twitch show again. It turns out that Twitch changed their terms of service to not include homophobia, which is interesting on the Steven Crowder story about YouTube today. I went and looked at the TOS service at Twitch, and they removed that. No, my hair actually got a 10 out of 10 tonight. I was scored by the official hair judging association of the world. Kiefer, thank you. You watched all the last videos last weekend, yeah, nice. Well, if you like Steven Crowder and you want to make fun of homosexuals and you get off on that, that's your trip. I don't support homophobia or gay bashing, but I also don't support the LGBT community. So you got to understand, I'm in the complete center position on that. I'm not going to cave into the Democrats. See how he ignores me now? I don't. No. The latest film was stolen from his home and is now followed, harassed. That's why David is not his subject matter. Oh, really? What are you talking about, Jason? We just had to take Despot out of the show. We watched the 90 minutes video. They all like you, David. Who's that? What 90-minute video? What are you talking about? Kiefer is a single, childless alcoholic that lives in a Canadian trailer park. Really? Well, let me tell you, Zeno, you've got a long history with Kiefer Boy, and I got to tell you, don't you think it will trigger him and make him feel bad? Because I'm always catering to your ego, and you don't want to be triggered for being an incel. Yeah, let's take a look at Cool Rock, everybody. I'm going to sign off with my my reveal of our show. We have another alternative way of looking at our show. And if you'd like to check it out, it is fully available. Click coolrock.com and wait for it to pop open, and voila. You've got the online Cool Rock experience. Yes, it's fun and free. And I've got both chat rooms in here. You can look at them both, the way they're stacked up. And let me just give you the intro, and then I'm going to outro. Here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, Cool Rock.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide.
We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch virtual chat, great music, and interactive news links.
Okay, now if you want to look at Cool Rock from an interesting perspective, it is a place you can hang out and doodle. There's drawing abilities in this place. You can sculpt in a three-dimensional area. There's a VR system on this page. All cutting edge. And every single page, you can manipulate anything on the page, move it around. This is yours to fool with. If you don't want the drum machine, you can X out of that. Just hit the X button. Sometimes you have to hit it a couple times, but it works. This is interactive AI. The response was artificial intelligence. Very cool. And then we've got harps. I got a piano genie you can play with. We've got three-dimensional, incredible VR cloud-based programs that are amazing. And if you want to go and take a trip into the Mr. Doob section, that's completely accessible, very free. Fun stuff that you would never see on the internet normally. You can even make music with art. Right next to the type feature, there is a button right up at the top here at Mr. Doob. Click that and it opens up a complete window of opportunity for virtual reality beyond your wildest imaginations. It goes deep, and I would play more and more for you, but I'm just going to let you take a look. It's the coolest site I've ever seen, Mr. Doob, and it's all at coolrock.com. We also have a news section down here which covers all sides of the political spectrum. And AOC is saying Manafort should not be held in solitary confinement. Why not? I mean, she's out there protecting Paul Manafort. Talk about confused. What an idiot. And this is a great site to find out all about our country, each individual state, explore. It's full of interesting stuff. America's Story from America's Library. All at the Cool Rock community, which is fun and free. All right, thank you everybody for coming in and participating in the show. Coolrock.com is the location. There is no porn section on that page. We did forget the What's Going On video? Yes, sorry. You didn't request it during the timely manner during the show. You are definitely... Crowder's not homophobic, really? Well, then why is he attacking some homosexual? Thank you. All right, answer that in your best time. But now that he has his AdSense dollars, he won't be an AdSense whore anymore. Yeah. Not that that's a negative thing, because, I don't want to seem like I'm hateful of Crowder.
All right, what is going on my new current or future rideshare drivers and passengers?
Okay. Abandoned 3 million house wealthy area suffered fire damage. Cool. We got that tonight. Thanks, Scissor Fight.
Because I love you all. That kind of
Wow.
all school wallpaper. What?
Expensive house suffers fire damage. Somebody goes in with a camera, and voila, you've got entertainment. I don't know if Kiefer Boy is doing that. You have proof that he's sending my information and doxing me? Yeah. I don't know. You're kind of making stuff up on the go here. Independent media is being demonized day by day on YouTube. I know, and that's why we're spreading out and we're growing. And thank you very much, you guys, for participating. We will eventually have a hub bigger than Google.com, eventually. My goal for CoolRock.com is to virtually revolutionize the way you see the internet and the way you interact. And my goal is to not create barriers, not create censorship, and not bag and tag your ID and your privacy like Facebook and Google has done. We don't collect any cookies. We don't make a penny on that site. It's literally for free. And it's all about the good spirit of community. And thank you for joining me every night on our show. You got a link for tonight? Good. Thank you. A woman in wheelchair tased by cops. Whoa. You're gonna. This is from Add the One, everybody. He's concerned about people with disabilities, as many of us have to be aware that this is going on. The police are really sick what they're doing. Watch this. This woman was tased by cops for refusing to stop filming her daughter's arrest. Watch this. Oh my God.
She don't want to follow directions. She's resisting. I'm gonna taser you. No, taser her.
Man, this is sick. Thank you for showing me that, Add the One. This is just the sickest thing ever. We need to stand up for the American people, all of them, including and especially disabled people. This is sick. Are you going to sit there and let the two-party system just ignore the police brutality that's going on in our country? I'm not. The Democrats don't say boo. They never said anything when Obama was allowing it. We've got a real problem with our two-party system if we can't arrest the cops that are violating the rights of individuals. And now the Supreme Court's on their side, suppressing any questions of their activity or integrity. All right, well, we've got to get back on track, everybody. And America needs somebody who can do that. And I assure you, I have the integrity to lead this country and to a better place, a much better place. And I'm going to sign off with that note as Mr. Right. Take care, everyone. Good night.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good.
make me melt.